sixth form course between 1974 and 1976. Then entered School of Administration, as it was then called, University of Ghana. It's now University of Ghana Business School, for my first degree, BSc in Administration. I did my national service with the now defunct Meat Marketing Board in Bolga. In Bolga, and after the national service, I stayed with the organization for almost 5 more years until 1985, when I joined Unilever through Lever Brothers. I worked at various divisions of Unilever, subsidiaries as we used to call them, until 2010, when I joined Parliament through the infamous Etiwa by-election. I have been in Parliament ever since. I also improved my level of education, as at now I hold Executive Masters in Business Administration, and I am also a lawyer by profession. I had the opportunity, by the grace of God and by the grace of His Excellency, the President, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, to be Ghana's Road Sector Minister from 2017 until the midnight of 6 January 2021. I am again a member of this August House, as I won the 2020 general elections. I have served in various committees of this House, in particular the local government committee and subsidiary legislation. I am a Christian, a proud Presbyterian. I am married to a beautiful wife, Gloria, and we have 4 issues between us.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
And
now,
that is a brief about myself.
Yes, Honorable Minister, we intend not to spend more than 2 hours on any candidate, so I'll control giving the answers. If you keep long, I'll cut it short. So, yes, leader.
Chairman, let me congratulate the nominee, but just as he ended, take him to his CV. Providence, I pray, will give you life and good health. But in your CV, you've already determined tomorrow, 8th Parliament of Ghana, 7th January 2021 to 6th January 2025. It is to be assumed, but you have had it in your record. We know today, we don't know tomorrow. I'm just saying your CV. You could have just said 2025. I say it is to be assumed, because we all need to live in good health and long life to get to that tenor. Now, Chairman,
Thank you very much.
Chairman, I'll still come back to the CV, but Honourable Minister for Roads, Ghanaian road contractors are very, very unhappy with non-payment, accumulated non-payment, delayed payment. They do not even have opportunity for interest accruing from delayed payment. And some even say you do selective payment. What assurances do you have for Ghanaian road contractors who are continuously borrowing, but because they are sometimes unpaid, they have to abandon the project, the road deteriorates, we go back, and it comes at a cost to the state? When will you pay road contractors?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would not sit down here and say that all contractors in this country have been paid on schedule, even though the government for the past 4 years has made great effort to pay our contractors because of the good work that they render to the good people of this country. And Mr. Chairman, like you rightly stated, it's not in the interest of government, it's not in the interest of this country even to delay payment because of the huge interest that delayed payment accrues. Mr. Chairman, contractors contractually are supposed to be paid within 90 days from the day a certificate is raised. And great effort had been made from time to time to pay contractors. And contractors are paid from two fronts, from the Ghana Road Fund and from GOG sources, that's from consolidated sources from Ministry of Finance. And we have followed straight payment regime. And Mr. Chairman, we have been very, very fair in paying contractors. We do not discriminate when it comes to payment. And in the case of road fund, it's controlled by a board, under a strong leadership and a strong membership of the board, credible people who ensure that the right thing is done. And on this point, Mr. Chairman, I can assure this august committee and even the people of this country that even if the committee calls for, at the end of my session, we can submit all payments made because it's recorded,
Honorable
to this
Minister,
committee.
Yes, we trust you. We trust you.
Mr. Chairman.
But there are outstanding payments.
Yes.
What is your
Mr. Chairman,
program?
I am coming back to that. There are outstanding.
Yes, we want the straight answers.
Mr. Chairman, yes, there are also outstanding payments, and efforts are being made as and when monies are released to the ministry. But, Mr. Chairman, we must also not lose sight of the facts of the difficulties that we all went through as a government and as a nation with the COVID-19 pandemic, and resources of the nation in terms of revenue went down. So it also impacted negatively on our payment regime. But we are hoping that this trend will change and contractors will see an improvement in the payment.
So when will road contractors smile?
Mr. Chairman, road contractors have been smiling from time to time, and if if I may recall, in October, November, December 2019, His Excellency, the President even ordered the Finance Minister to release an amount of 2.2 billion Ghana cedis at a time to be shared among all contractors across board, both GOG contractors and road fund contractors.
You remember the amount?
All contractors.
You remember the amount you paid to those contractors?
Yes, at least it was in percentage. Everybody released a minimum of 40% of outstanding indebtedness. In some cases, for instance, in 2 categories, they received even 100% payment. Those that we call SMCs, single contractors, were paid 100% from the road fund because their total indebtedness individually was not so huge. So all those who were owed up to 500,000 or 50,000, as the case might be, because some of them, had small amounts, were paid in full. And in the case of GOG, all those who were owed up to 5 million were also paid 100%.
Chairman, may I find out?
Had 40%.
Chairman, may I find out from the nominee? Is this the case that you have certificates or IPCs dating back to 2015, which remains unpaid, yet certificates that you got 2017, 2018 have been paid? Explain that within the context of your onerous responsibility to be fair in discharging this obligation, because there are still certificates that I'm told 2015, which is still outstanding. Is that the case? And when can that category of contractors be assured that they will be paid?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we try as much as possible to do what we call age analysis of the certificates. And it's usually first in, first out. And we had been paying contractors from as far back as 2012. When we came to office in 2017, there were outstanding certificates from 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015. So we had cleared all those outstanding, up to, we are now around, I think, 2018 or so. So we are trying to
so there's no certificate 2015 which remains unpaid under your watch as minister. Is that what you are suggesting? 2015, 2014, is there any outstanding certificate, even if you want to describe it as arrears, as the Minister of Finance and your ministry may describe it? Are they IPCs 2015 that has not been paid, Minister-Designate?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I have stated that as much as possible and as a policy, we pay, and follow the principle of first in, first out, generally. But I will not also be very surprised that there might be 1, 2, or few outstanding certificates. But effort is being made to ensure that we pay contractors as much
Chairman,
as possible.
then I yield to our colleagues. You want to describe the state of roads generally in Ghana? Good, bad, motorable and motorable. You can pick any portion of the country for purposes of your focus. What's the state of our road? And
thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you take the state of roads, is one sector that all of us must accept that as a country, we have not done too well for ourselves. Mr. Chairman, Ghana has a total road network size of around 80,000 kilometers. That is, if you put together all roads under Ghana Highway Authority, under feeder roads, under urban roads, they add up to almost 80,000 kilometers. Out of this total kilometerage of road, as at 2017, only 23% have been paved. And if I say paved, I mean had ever seen bitumen. The remaining 77% remain at the gravel or F stage. And if you take the condition of roads can be categorized into three. Any road lying anywhere would either be good, fair, or poor. And as at 2017, 39% of our roads were considered to be good, 32% fair, and 29% poor. But I always maintain that there is not much difference. Of course, if you use or you wear technical lenses, you will see the difference. But to the ordinary layman, there was no difference between fair and poor. So 39% of roads were considered to be good, and then if you want to describe it as a fair or poor, about 61 fell into that category. That is why the road sector was attacked, had been done in such an aggressive manner to improve upon.
Honorable Minister, help us to finish in 2 hours. So cut your answers short. Yes, Joseph.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Honorable nominee, the President at the beginning of the year declared this year as the second year of roads. Can you please provide us with more details on that? And please, in last year of roads, how many kilometers of roads were constructed, and what is the target for this year?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, for the past 4 years, generally, and last year especially, as it was declared Year of Roads by His Excellency the President, aggressive work was done in the road sector, and is being appreciated and seen throughout the country. And if you talk about the road sector, it involves different categories of work. If you take the normal road construction, which have been worked on, up to what we call surface dressing, in all the regions, in all the 260 districts in our country, an attempt has been made to work on our roads, and I can say that we have done at least, as at now, almost 1,200 kilometers of asphalt overlays. And in terms of surface dressing, we have done a lot, running into almost 50, 55 different road projects that will add up to about not less than 25,000 kilometers. We have also worked on a number of bridges across the country, and we are also working on interchanges across the country. So a lot has been done. A lot has been done in the road sector, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister, I understand that because your mask is so close to your lips, we are not hearing you clearly. Can you get another one of these years, please? I understand you've been given one of what we're using. Kindly change it so that we can hear you clearly. Honorable Samziahi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, road contractors in the country are made up of foreign contractors and local contractors. Given the capacity of foreign road contractors, there is a need for us to deliberately introduce some programs to support local road contractors. In the last 4 years, what did you do specifically to support local road contractors to build their capacity so that they're able to compete with foreign contractors?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I couldn't have agreed with this question the more, because it is important that we develop the capacity of contractors in our country. It is very sad and pitiful that as at today, if we subject our local contractors to any international competitive bidding, they will fall short. And a lot has been done to develop their capacity. But I think there is one area that they are not taking advantage of. Almost all our contractors prefer to remain as individual contractors. They do not want to come together to pool resources, because that is the only way that their capacities will be built faster, because road construction is capital intensive. And if they continue to operate as individuals, it will be very difficult to build up their capacities. And of course, I must also say that as a government in the past, now, and going forward, great effort must be made to pay contractors regularly so that they don't lose out in terms of also high interest payments to banks on the monies that they borrow. We have Koforidua Technical Institute, We call it KTC, Federal Technical Center, as an outfit of the road ministry. And we render technical services training to our contractors and their workforce. We do this also to build their capacities. We are also planning, but it has not materialized yet. I believe within a year from now, it should materialize, of arranging a facility to bring in some equipment to support contractors in an attempt to build their capacities at a very reasonable interest rate. And again, every contract that we sign since 2018, there is a clause of adding 40% local content. That's every foreign contract that we sign. And government insists on that. And His Excellency, the President, personally insists on that. And every contract contains that clause, not even only in the road ministry, but in all other sectors, other ministries. We do that to ensure that through technology transfer, our contractors will take part in these foreign contracts to improve their technical know-how.
That's okay. Thank you.
Capacities.
Yes, we have one more.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Western region and now the Western North region have a peculiar problems with regards to rainfall pattern, and sometimes road contractors or road construction are done just for about 3 or 4 months. Are there some technology that you can think about so that can be used in such places to ensure all-year construction with regards to roads in Western region and the Western North region?
Sorry, Honorable Minister, did you get the question? I didn't get it. I didn't get the question.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with the highest respect, I got the question.
Very well. Let me try and answer.
Yes, we all know, even from our elementary school geography studies, we know that Western region, has the highest rainfall pattern in our country. So it's true that a number of contractors find it difficult to work on road projects in that part of our country. But we are making effort to deal with that problem. In fact, road construction itself requires a lot of water in some quantities, because even if you construct roads during the dry season, from time to time, in order to get good compaction, you still have to sprinkle water. That is why you see a lot of road tankers, water tankers during road construction, because it's a requirement in construction. Apart from the fact that, if the road runs through a town, it's also important to water it from time to time to retire dust. But it's the excessive rainfall that disturbs road construction. So for the time being, since nobody can do anything about nature. The strategy that has been adopted in my ministry and by government is that we are specifically targeting the Western region. And the honorable member, you are aware, because it happened in your own constituency, that instead of giving large contracts, which at times is normally the case, we try to share road jobs. We break them into what we call lots, so that if it's a 20-kilometer road, instead of giving it to one contractor, and there are contractors in this country that have capacity to do 20, 30, 40 kilometers of road at a time. But if it's in the Western region, you realize that we break that length into about 5 kilometers. And instead of one contractor doing 20 kilometers, we give it to about 4 contractors so that they will be able to work faster on the roads there within the period that the region experiences dry season. And we are going to intensify that, to ensure that we do a lot of roads in the region, because of the heavy rainfall pattern there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Ahe, please. We agreed on one, but you are senior, so we allowed you to. Yes. All right. Yes, Honorable Susi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Road Minister, somewhere in February 2018, you had a tour of Medina municipality where you announced that some 74,000 kilometers of road were to be constructed. That is in 2018 in February. I want to ask how many kilometers of roads were constructed between that time and the time you ended your office, and the cost associated with that. And if you can also tie that one into the reasons for the bad roads in Accra, and whether, as a policy, you are considering a deliberate, targeted policy at improving all bad roads in the capital city.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I did not get the first part of the question.
The first part of the question has to do with a statement you made in February 2018 when you came on a tour in the Medina municipality. You said your government was going to construct some 74,000 kilometers of roads, and that was on the agenda at the time you were doing that tour. My question is, how much of that were you able to do, and what is the cost associated with that by the time you ended your office?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I cannot recall that statement. What I know is that we were doing a number of kilometers of roads in Accra and Kumasi under the Sano Hydro project. Some of them included surface dressing, some of them included asphalt overlay. I cannot recall that I referred specifically to Medina alone for 75 or 74 kilometers of road. As I was talking about Accra roads and that Medina, obviously, as an important suburb of Accra, would get its fair share of it. And a number of roads have been done in Medina, your constituency, and I believe you can testify to that. Some asphalt overlays have been done as other parts of Accra. Perhaps I cannot specifically say how many kilometers has been done in Medina, but I can tell you that we have done a lot of work, improved a lot of road network in Accra. And we haven't done all. There are still so many places, and it's not possible to have finished all roads within 3-4 year period. So I can only assure you that your constituency, as well as other parts of Accra, and for that matter, other parts of the country, will continue to see improvement in the road network.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just a follow-up of the same question. The second part, which I really want to be very clear, is that when you travel, for example, from my constituency like this, a lot of the roads are very, very bad. From Damfa to Tinibi, you come to New Site, you come to most parts of the constituency, and I know that that is generally the problem with many constituencies in Greater Accra region. Given the fact that Greater Accra region is our capital city, sometimes it is a bit disappointing when you are driving in the capital city. Do we have a deliberate policy at improving the road networks in Greater Accra region?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is a deliberate policy to improve on the road network in all the regions, and any road lying anywhere within the country has to be worked on. But like I said, Mr. Chairman, we cannot work on all roads simultaneously. And of course, I understand perfectly well the question. At times, we do targeting and we do prioritization in road construction. As you said, Mr. Chairman, Accra is the capital of Ghana. It stands to reason that we must give some consideration to Accra roads. We must give some consideration to Kumasi roads as the second city of our country, to Takoradi and the rest. But at the same time, we must also give prioritization to other roads elsewhere for economic reasons. For instance, roads that lead to farm gates. If we don't work on them, you and I will sit in Accra, will not get food to eat. Cocoa growing areas and so on. So we do that targeting, we do that prioritization. And I can assure honorable members and the country, and that is why we are privileged to be elected as members of parliament. And we have to work together to improve on the road network in your respective constituencies, and for that matter, the country as a whole. So it's a continuous process.
My second question is...
No, you have had two, that's enough. Yes,
Chairman, so he said it was a follow-up. Because he indicated to you that it was a follow-up, Chairman.
So the second
question manage the time
has to do with the judgment debt of some $55 million that is looming in respect of the cancellation of the contract with Beijing Everyway in relation to the Accra Intelligent Traffic Management Systems. As a supervising ministry of roads and highways, did you play any specific role in the cancellation of this contract?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think it's important that if I will be allowed, I shed little light on this project, which has been talked about so much, and even when I followed the vetting of my colleagues, there was about 3 nominees who came before me were asked some aspect of this project. This is a project in my ministry. It's a very important, useful project. And the project was in 2 phases. Generally, it's Accra Intelligent Traffic Management Project. The first phase has been completed. In fact, the first phase started from 2016. And the contract to this project was even signed by my friend, my predecessor, Honorable Joe Gidisu. At that time, it was called the Area-Wide Traffic Project. It has 2 main objectives: to improve transport infrastructure and to ease congestion. It's traffic management. And traffic management, obviously, not only in this country, anywhere in the world, is with Ministry of Roads. And is to manage traffic at traffic intersections. The first phase, which was successfully completed, was able to build traffic lights at 44 different road intersections, from Amasaman to Accra. And it was done in such a way that it eased traffic congestion because mobility of vehicles the rate had been improved, because the traffic lights would then speak to each other. That had been done. The second phase, and let me add that we had the funding from AFD of France. The second phase was to deal with 157 other road intersections. And with that, we would have covered the whole Accra, with installation of cameras and so on. So this project, had been ongoing. The first one was undertaken by a company called Aluvisa of Spain. And the second one is being undertaken by Everyway Lightning Company of Beijing. So this is a very useful project, and it also involves, fixing of cameras and having a control center. So if you come to my ministry now, specifically urban roads section, there is a whole room called Traffic Control Center that you can view what is going on in the city from that room. And it's the first of its kind in West Africa. And we get some colleagues even coming to inspect it and learning from us. So it's a project which is going on in the country.
I think you're giving us enough information on that. Yes, Honorable Patrick.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Honorable Minister, congratulations. I'm going to walk you through some projects that you've started, which I see as monumental, and will require of you to address us on the status of those road projects. 1, Accra, Kumasi, the Kwafu Krom Apedra stretch, Tema Sege Aflao, Kaswa Cape Coast Akrade, Tema Kosombo, the Central Tema to the Central University stretch, the Tamale Interchange, the Power Grant, Eastern Corridor, Abekan La Paz, Olengele Kona electoral area, my constituency, the Kwabenya Brekusu stretch. Ghanaians want to know the status and implementation strategy of the ministry on these projects that you sought and got parliamentary approval for. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you for this question. Yes, we are making great effort to improve the infrastructure of roads in these areas that have been mentioned. If you take the Kwabenya roundabout to Brekusu, we have gone very far. That road is being taken care of, is going to be dualized, and we are using Kuwaiti fund for it. I believe that all being well, by the end of the first quarter, that project should take off. If you talk about the motorway roundabout in Tema on the Afrawa Road, that road is also being dualized. His Excellency the President even cut short for work to start on that road last year around October, and the contractors are on site. So, EHM contractors of Great Britain, and it's being dualized. The first 17 kilometers beyond the Central University corridor, and it's going to be a dual carriage, 3 lanes, that each, so 6 lanes, because it will form part of the Abidjan-Lagos highway. So it's being constructed up to that specification. And within the 17-kilometer stretch, because the area has a lot of settlement and is urbanized, so we are even going to have almost 5 interchanges on that stretch. We are also dualizing Tema motorway roundabout to Akosombo. Contractor is on site, and the company is Inzal. So sod was also cut and it's also being done. And I should add that the second term of President Akufo-Addo, the next 4 years, we are going to concentrate on 2 key areas: dualization of all major roads in Ghana. Already, the Accra Kumasi project is on course, and anybody who travels on that stretch will see that China Water is working seriously on that road, and it will continue, and even beyond. Then Accra Takrady will also continue. So if you ask for dualization, you are right. That is going to happen. And the second area of concentration will be construction of interchanges. Currently, 6 interchanges are ongoing in the country simultaneously, and this has been unprecedented in the history of this country. And from the end of first quarter this year, we are preparing to start 3 major interchanges in Kumasi. That is Swami Interchange, Ahujo Interchange, and Ofurikrom Interchange. We have gone far, in this projects in terms of procurement processes, and very soon that will also happen. So, Mr. Chairman, great effort is being made by government to open up the country in terms of road infrastructure and to build on dualization of our roads to halt the carnage on our roads in terms of accidents and the fatalities that we suffer. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman.
One.
Oh, Chairman, you said two. It's very important. Very, very important. The road sector is very, very, very important, Mr. Chairman. Because you didn't even touch on Amoako-Attah Pass and the Brekusu stretch is now being designed. That's the information we got from Obi Amoa.
What is now being designed?
The design works are now being done for the Brekusu stretch.
Which stretch? Amoako-Attah Pass?
Chairman, that notwithstanding, I have the 2019 Finance Committee report on the request by the government of Ghana for approval of the 2020 Capital Market Funding Program for an amount of up to $3 billion United States dollars to finance growth-oriented expenditures in the 2020 budget, including restructuring the energy sector and to conduct liability management of refinancing the 2023, 2026, and 2030 Eurobonds and other domestic debt securities. We know the road sector needs a lot of money, and in the report, which as an appendix, made some allocation to the road sector, among other sectors, planting for food, the Kwalugu project, 1D1F railway, an amount of 1.2 million Ghana cedis, billion, yes, was to have been allocated to your sector. I know how emotional you are about some of the funding gaps that you encounter. Did you receive this funding to enable you carry out some of the very important projects that are dear to your heart? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, all these monies that are being bandied around come to the sector. I will not say that we get enough that would enable us to do a lot of work as expected in the road sector. Because the road sector is capital intensive. So if we talk about 1 billion Ghana cedis and so, it might sound big money, but in terms of execution of road projects, it cannot go far. So, to that extent, we are not getting enough to embark upon road construction in Ghana as we all expect to see and to have. But I can tell you, and I can say it on authority, that on comparative basis, because His Excellency the President even declared 2020 as year of roads, because he has said many times that wherever he went, the first demand that was made on him by chiefs and good people of this country is the improvement of their roads. I have, on comparative basis, had better treatment than even my colleagues in other ministries or other sectors. But that does not mean that we are getting enough, because I have already laid the foundation that road construction is capital intensive. For instance, I can give you a few statistics. A kilometer of an asphalt overlay is about 1.5 million. It costs about 1.5 million.
Chairman,
0.25.
Sorry, Minister, $1.5 million of Citi for our record.
No, Ghana cedis, and in dollars, 0.25. If you take double dressing road, depending upon the ground condition, it costs between 3.5 to 5 million Ghana cedis. And in terms of dollars, about 600 to 800 United States dollars. If it's a reselling,
Chairman, I beg you, Minister-Designate, we're interested in these numbers. If you can just repeat it for our record. 1 kilometer of asphalt road with your description. Just share the numbers with us, Minister. Asphalt. Whether in dollars or cedis, just give us the numbers with the description.
asphalt.
Yes.
Yeah, if I say, I mean, asphalt is an overlay. You know, we have, if we talk about surface dressing, it means we are talking about bitumen, what in our local parlance we call it quota. We have the surface dressing, we have asphalt overlay, and then we have concrete roads. So these are the three categories that we have. So I was giving these figures to demonstrate how expensive, it is to construct even a kilometer of road. So the sector requires a lot of funds, to do a lot of our roads in the country, and that is why government was making great efforts. And one of such unprecedented great effort was the Sano Hydro project, which we have, which brought in $2 billion United States dollars to do road construction.
Chairman, I come back again. We just want to find out from Minister-Designate, what is the cost of 1 kilometer of asphalt, whether in Ghana cedis or in dollars? As you are leading us through, we just needed the numbers for our purposes. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I will do that because I have the sheet here. Thank you.
Chairman, just with your leave, sir, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
The nominee was talking about interchange. Interchange. You were talking about interchange. And you were talking about 6 additional 2 and all that. Are you able to enlighten us a bit on this Tier 4 interchange specifically, whether you made some savings as a result of renegotiation of the terms of those contracts?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, yes, I have indicated that we are currently constructing 6 interchanges in Ghana simultaneously, and one of them is the Pukwasi Interchange, which is a 4-tier interchange. The original design was a 3-tier, and it's being funded by African Development Bank. But in the course of the construction, a lot of work was done, and it even in some instances led to redesigning certain aspects, to make it more efficient. And once you do that, obviously, you make some savings. And through that, we were able to add additional tier. That is how come we have the 4-tier interchange in Ghana. And it's the first, again, of its kind in West Africa. And the whole of Africa is the second of its kind. The first one was constructed in 1973 in South Africa at Durban, and it's called Amoako-Attah Interchange.
Chairman, the emphasis is on the costs that initially was.
Yes, it did not bring
and then the current costs with all these additions.
Not bring any change in cost, and that is the advantage because of what was done. Because of what was done, we were able to use same amount to get a 4-tier interchange instead of a 3-tier. So if you talk about savings, yes, you are right. If a project which had already been costing had been done, the facility had been given, it was to give a 3-tier interchange. So if it has been improved to give you another tier at same cost, it stands to reason, that you have better, utilize the amount, and it can only be done, through savings, because nothing comes free. I mean, a whole tier, would not have come for free. So if we have been able to use same amount to get a more improved project, is laudable, and we must all be happy as Ghanaians. We have had a better and improved infrastructure piece. And we must say kudos to government, for doing that. Thank you very much. So,
yes, why?
No, Chairman, Mike.
Oh, he said he will table the document. That's not what he said.
He said he will read it. He was reading it, actually.
Honorable Minister, he asked you a question on the cost of asphalting, the kilometer or so. What was your answer? I thought you said you have the document, you will table it. Did I get it right?
yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I have the statistics here, and as you directed, I will make it available.
Kindly table it so members can look at it if they want to ask questions.
No, Chairman, actually, that was, Minister-Designate was already reading it, so we just need it for our record. But he can make it available, but if you can just share it for us, what the cost.
If you want to quote from it, please do so. What is it that you
can
share?
quote a few, then lay the document. The cost of asphalt, 1 kilometer, whether in cedis or dollars.
I have the figures in cedis and in dollars.
You said 1.5 million cities per kilometer.
Honorable, you are not.
Oh, no, no,
the
no.
one
I
giving-
wrote something. I just want to be sure.
No, let
you and I got it.
Minister speak to
Honorable
it.
Minister, kindly repeat what he said.
Mr. Chairman, I have said, and I have given the figures, and I'm saying that I have it here, and I will make the.
Kindly repeat the figures.
I said 1.5 million Ghana cedis, and then
1.5 million Ghana cedis for.
a kilometer of.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Asphalt,
Asphalt,
okay.
complete overlay. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm told I have only 2 questions. I believe it also comes with supplementary questions, so making it 4 questions.
Supplementary should be subsequent to an answer. So you haven't had an answer, how do you determine supplementary? Just ask the question.
Yeah, Chairman, because of the limitations, my preamble will be a bit. Now, urban roads, big cities like Accra, Kwasi, Takoradi, even Tamale, and others. When you are flying into Accra, apart from the major roads, you will see that all the roads in the neighborhoods are all, I mean, most of it, 95% of them are not done. The same with Kumasi, the same with Takoradi and other places. In areas where, let's say, a real estate developer is developing, they construct the whole area, including the roads. Then they share the cost among the owners of the properties within the estates. And then it appreciates the value of the estates. Now, outside the estates, people build and the roads are not done. Then the roads ministry comes to do the roads. Then the value of properties there appreciate. So it's like what? A gift to those people living in those neighborhoods. Now, in view of funding constraints to the road sector and the competing need to put money in rural communities to the farm gate to the other regions, have you considered innovating around the financing of urban roads by building into property rates and like the tolling system that you have for the roads, fuel levy and etc. Are you considering working with assemblies, metropolitan assemblies and etc. so that you build the cost of roads in the neighborhood into property rates and have a financing arrangement that enable the quick construction of those roads, and then property rates come in to pay over a period of time? I mean, is that something that you would want to think through?
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's an idea, and I would perhaps even describe it as a brilliant idea, provided all of us, Ghanaians, as a people, would accept it. This is something that must be thrown out for national debate, for all of us to agree to do. I'm saying so because, as you rightly said, estate developers are responsible for the internal rules of their estates. And during their pricing and costing, I believe they take into consideration the cost of road construction. That is why some of the houses even tend not to be affordable, because road construction is expensive. So if you share the cost of road construction pro rata on the number of houses that you want to build and the area that you have to work on, it can significantly increase the cost of the individual houses. But what we do, and which we have responsibility to do, and that is the work of urban roads. They have jurisdiction over all arterial roads in the country. So we work on the arterial roads and the connector roads and roads that lead to settled areas. So again, I would say that is a good idea if we throw it out there for national debate and is accepted by all of us as a people, for the city authorities to take it up. Then, at the end of the day, it will be good for us, so that tomorrow, if the city authorities send you your annual property rate and the amount is so high, all of us would have voluntarily accepted it, and it would help us. So it's something that can be given a try, and we can take it up going forward. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Supplementary. So are you looking at setting up a working committee or working group to look at the economics of it, the financing of it, the implementation, the communication strategy, and everything, so that, because you just say, if we have a national debate, that has to be facilitated, that has to be, organized, and the economics of it has to be analyzed by financial experts to see whether this is something that, as a country, we should. Are you willing to follow up on that beyond just saying let's put it up to a national debate?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, like I said, it's worth considering, and if I am given the approval eventually by this August committee and eventually the Honorable House, is something that we can explore, and such ideas will be worth entertaining. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
My second question relates to the implementation of the Road Traffic Act. And I think you are the minister responsible for implementing the Road Traffic Act. Road Traffic Act. You are the minister responsible for implementing the Road Traffic Act. Because I see from your handover notes that you're responsible for the Road Traffic Act. The Upper East region, in the last couple of months, major accidents resulting in numerous deaths. Last time it was 17 people who died from around Zebila, Boku, Garu, Timpani constituencies. And then the week or two before, similar accidents, major accidents, lives lost. It seems that you are not paying attention to the implementation of all the provisions in the Road Traffic Act to ensure safety on our roads. In particular, the long distance vehicles and the requirements that the drivers must be two for long distance vehicles. Why are you not paying attention to the Road Traffic Act? What will you do, assuming that you become the minister, to assure us that we won't be seeing such gory accidents with many deaths?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes. If you take the Ghana Highway Authority Act 540, my ministry is responsible for traffic lights in the cities. The highway lighting system is not in my ministry, it's with the Ministry of Energy. For instance, if you see what is going on Tema motorway, now it's being lighted now. They haven't completed the entire stretch. It's not being done by my ministry. My ministry, through Department of Urban Roads, is responsible for restoration and efficient working of traffic lights. And we give great attention to that. And that is, as I said a short while ago, the essence of the Accra Intelligent Traffic Management System. And this will be replicated in all the regions, particularly the cities and the regional capitals. Just at the close of last year, and I'm happy that, Mr. Chairman, this question is coming from Honorable Ayariga, because it was in his own region, Bogatanga. You know, in December, we switch on about 5 or so different traffic lights at different intersections to improve safety. And if you talk about safety on the road, as much as lighting is important, there are other equally important road furniture that have to be provided. Even road line marking is so significant that if you want to talk about safety, and that's why my ministry works closely with my brother, Honorable Kwasi Interchange, Minister for Transport, and then the Road Safety Authority. We work together because we have to do a whole lot of things, and the provision of the safety road infrastructure in terms of furniture are to be provided by my ministry, whilst transport, through Road Safety Authority, carries out the education. So we have to provide street lighting, road line marking, road signs, and in certain instances, crash barriers, and so on. The only challenge there, and it's also an area we have to look at holistically as a nation. You put up crash barrier today, and tomorrow is gone. You put up road sign today, tomorrow is gone. Even bridges that we build, people go and remove all the bolts and nuts. So it's an area that we must address, all of us, and through the security agencies. So safety is important, and at times some of these accidents are needless. And one accident, as we experienced last year and the year before, Kintampo, one accident claimed over 50 lives. In Central Region last year, almost equal number. Is unacceptable. And apart from the safety measures being provided, it is key, and time is running out, if not already run out for us as a country, that we still maintain.
You've spoken enough on the road infrastructure.
We still maintain.
And probably vehicle infrastructure leading to accidents on the highways. But I think the major challenge you have is the driver, the human part, the person sitting behind the wheel. By law, the road safety regulations, no driver should drive continuously for more than 4 hours. So going by this law, each of those buses should have at least 2 drivers. The Ministry of Transport, I don't know whether it's you or Ministry of Transport who is responsible, but don't you think it is time to enforce these regulations to ensure safety on the highways in particular?
Mr. Chairman, that is true, and thank you very much. I believe, this is an area that you are well vexed. And there are also a number of reasons if we want to go on, maintenance of vehicles, bad ties, and all. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. It's also important contribution.
Yes, Honorable Member for.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Your consent is
Bushegu.
Bushegu. All right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My heart was filled with joy when the Honorable Patrick Bama made reference to the Eastern Corridor Road. A significant part of the Eastern Corridor Road passes through my constituency, terminates all the way in Akpanduri. So I was happy that you said that attention will be given to it. But my question is on, just following up on Honorable Ageriga's question, the financing mechanism for road construction. I think that we have to consider using municipal bonds instead of general obligation bonds, so that the receivables would go to immediately amortize the bonds and also finance the maintenance of those roads. So, for instance, Accra-Kumasi dualization, tolling doesn't go to any other coffers, but immediately to go and amortize that particular bond. Are you considering having specific bonds and not general obligation bonds for road construction?
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I should address your question, they are in twofold. You mentioned the Eastern Corridor. I can comment on it briefly, and then you come to the financing aspects. Yes, Eastern Corridor is being given great attention by government, and as we speak now, a lot of work is going on. This is a corridor which is very important and key to the economic development of our country. You know, and Eastern Corridor starts from Tema, roundabout, you know, through Volta region and all the region and the constituencies you spoke about in the districts up to Kulungugu in the north. It's important for various reasons. You know, that stretch, you know, totaling about 695 kilometers, you know, passes through food basket areas. And if I'm traveling from the south to the north through the Central Corridor, and the Central Corridor route of our country is from Accra through Kumasi, Tamale, say to Paga. So if you want to travel from the south to the north, you know, going by Central Corridor and going by Eastern Corridor, you know, the latter is shorter by almost 100 kilometers than the former. So it makes economic sense, and particularly as it starts from Tema, the country's major seaport. Well, you know that we service all our landlocked countries, you know, Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, they all take their cargo from Tema. So it makes a lot of sense to develop that stretch of road. And I am happy to announce that the government has attached great importance to it. At the moment, there are 7 different contractors working on that road. And by the end of the year, you know, major parts of that road would have been completed. We are only left with the stretch between Buntri and Kulungugu. That's the last stretch that we have to put a contractor on. And the entire 695 kilometers, you know, would have been worked on simultaneously. Talking about funding.
Honorable Minister, I think is enough.
Talking about the funding. That's the second part, Mr. Chairman. Yes. He asked his question was in two parts. The funding, I want to briefly comment on it. Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, I will just make a brief comment on that. I agree with the tone, but it's not being attractive, even if you want to adopt a PPP system, private-public partnership system, because of the low toll rates we have in our country.
Yes, Eric.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You have indicated to me that I'm restricted to 2 questions, plus some supplementary, should there be any. Thank you very much for that opportunity. Honorable nominee, your ministry handled one of the priority programs called His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo's Plan for Agricultural Roads, which was to cost this nation 500 million Ghana cedis. What is the status of the plan, and how much of this 500 million Ghana cedis has been expended so far?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to know whether you are talking about agricultural roads, cocoa roads.
His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo's Plan for Agricultural Roads. That's the name of the priority program. Or you have no idea?
No, I have an idea. That's why I want to know that, planting for food and jobs is a flagship policy of government. And if you have such a policy, and of course, agri production is in the rural areas, it stands to reason that you develop roads that lead to farm gates. So we are developing roads into agricultural areas, parts of which are cocoa roads, and at the moment, almost 213 cocoa projects are going on in the country, and we also have the TSIP project, and it's being run mainly in the northern areas into agricultural areas. So it's ongoing, and government is determined to improve the rural roads, to ensure that we give priority to agricultural areas for the support of that flagship policy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee, I think I asked of a very specific question. The status of the plan, because it's a plan. So what is the status of that plan? And an amount of money was earmarked, 500 million Ghana cedis was earmarked for that plan. So how much, the status of the plan, and how much of that money has been expended? This is the information I'm asking.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, you know the planting for food and jobs, the policy is under Ministry of Agri. But when it comes to roads, we work together. It's an ongoing project. The plan is there. We sit down, work together, whether cocoa growing areas or, for that matter, any agricultural farm gates. We work together. It's an ongoing thing. We have not sat down for me to tell that so much has been spent, but I know it's a program, it's of course and it will be intensified to make sure that that policy is achieved. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable nominee, I ask this question because when you look at the 2018 budget, paragraph 184, we have a list of priority programs. And number 9 is a program titled His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo's Plan for Agricultural Roads under the Ministry of Roads and Highways. And the total allocation provided here is 500 million Ghana cedis. So I thought that you are in absolute control over that plan. And therefore, you'll be in a position to share with the committee where you have gotten to in respect of this plan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, you are right. Once it touches on roads, it will be put under my ministry. But for instance, with ongoing health facilities being established, I work closely with my colleague health minister, to provide road facilities to wherever hospitals are being built. Even the flagship policy of one district, one factory. You come to my ministry, and my colleague minister, Honorable Alan Chematin, has to furnish my ministry with roads and areas where they intend establishing factories. Then we will go in and work on. So because of this ministerial collaboration, we work together. So you may find the budget with my ministry is not something that I can work in isolation. I have to cooperate with my colleague ministers and get it done and sorted out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Respectfully, Honorable nominee, if you paid attention to the question from Honorable Amoako-Attah regarding the 2018 provision, the 500 million for road, that flagship initiative, that was going to zoom in on road construction. From your answer, it appears that what was stated in the budget and the actual work don't seem to be on the same wavelength. Now, would you say that as part of the challenges, government decision to spend 22 billion for the payment of lost investments by Ghanaians accounted for the inability to actualize that plan? Because in real terms, government has publicly indicated that it has spent 22 billion cedis to pay people who lost their investments. You have this morning also taken us through that overlay, asphalt overlay, cost 1.5 million cedis. Okay, so I want to ask, what's the response you gave to Honorable Amoako-Attah in respect of the 500 million meant for road works has not been actualized? Would you relate that to the government effort in resolving this financial sector crisis as one of the factors that contributed to government's inability to deal with this as provided for in the 2018 budget?
Well, I thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the way I understand that question is, is referring to that amount in terms of opportunity cost. That if that amount had not been expended on the way it was done and had been given to my ministry, we could have done a lot more work in terms of road. Mr. Chairman, that one is obvious. I've indicated that road construction is capital intensive. The more money we get, the more roads we can construct. So wherever the money comes from, the opportunity cost of it, if it had been to my ministry, we would have done a lot more work with that. And it may not be only that specifically. Any amount of money originally meant for a project anywhere, if it were channeled through my ministry to build roads, then the country would have seen more improved roads, and all my colleagues of parliament would have been happier, because all of us know what we go through from our constituents and the pressure on us for roads. So the more money we get, the more money we get, the more roads that can be constructed. So that one, I agree with you in terms of opportunity cost of the money.
So, Honorable Nominee, do you have any plan in your ministry called Nana Akufo-Addo's plan for agricultural roads? Do you have that plan?
So why are you been asking him? You said
it's because of the intervention of the majority leader. I wanted to move to the second question, but he intervened.
You mean after 3 questions, you are going to the second question?
I was going to the second question, and then he intervened. That necessitated another supplementary.
You have asked him about a plan he has asked you, not him whether he has a plan. That's my problem with your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I asked the supplementary question just because of the intervention of the Honorable Deputy Majority Leader. But once you direct, I will comply. Honorable Nominee, you just indicated to the committee that a kilometer of asphalt road costs 1.5 million Ghana cedis. 1.5 million Ghana cedis. I recall that the Charismatic Bishop Conference made a proposal to His Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, on concrete roads. And when he had the opportunity to address that issue, when he attended a Good Friday service at the Lighthouse Chapel at the Independence Square, he stated emphatically that he discussed that proposal with His Excellency the President. And the President tasked your ministry, the Ministry of Roads, to do comparative analysis and costing on concrete roads and asphalt roads. And the cost that came out was that 1 kilometer of concrete roads cost $3.8 million. And 1 kilometer of asphalt road cost $2.8 million. But because concrete roads will last for 40 years, it is prudent for government to opt for concrete roads. Today you sit before this committee alluding to the fact that a kilometer of asphalt road costs 1.5 million Ghana cedis. Which of the two is accurate? It's a bit confusing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I should not be taken out of context. Perhaps I should throw more light on road construction. As a principle, perhaps one area that, to a very large extent, one can talk about uniformity in pricing is in the area of asphalt concreting, because it is an overlay. And even there, the 1.5 I gave is the minimum, because it depends upon the thickness of the overlay. So you may get different level of thickness of asphalt overlay because you have to take into consideration where the overlay is being applied, the vehicular movement there, the vehicular population there. Is a busy area? Which type of trucks are going to use the area road? You are talking about concrete roads, and you even mentioned 3 point something million. Asphalt concrete roads could cost as much, depending upon the road condition, in terms of cities, between 7.2 to 8.4 million Ghana cedis. The same asphalt concrete road. No. And as I said, I have the table here. But ordinarily, in residential areas, particularly in areas that does not have a number of thoroughfare roads, cul-de-sac ends that you don't get vehicles, passing through. The thickness of the asphalt, is very minimal, and it will reduce the cost. So when we talk about costing of roads, you don't take it, at its face value, because 1 kilometer of road, even if it's for surface dressing, could be 5 times or 10 times more than the same length of road elsewhere, because of the ground conditions. That determines the cost of the road. So in road construction, you can say that a kilometer of road being brought to surface dressing level, bituminous level, is, let me use tentative figures for the sake of argument, 1 million. So if you hear that the same kilometer of road somewhere is 3-4 million, is outrageous. It's not, because at that second place, the conditions might be different. There might be bridges, the ground soil might not be the right one. It has to be taken up, covers, and so it depends upon the ground conditions. So don't take it that because I said it costs 1.5 every asphalt kilometer will be that much. But on the average, because it's just an overlay, simple overlay, it could cost that. But depending upon the area, it could be higher. That's the point I'm making. I thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Ajari first, then I'll come to you.
Okay. Before the MP, honorable nominee here, before the MPP came to power in 2017, the NDC had already awarded a number of road contracts, and the contractors were at the various stages of construction. I have the Volivo Bridge in mind. I have the Ward K Town roads in Tamale in mind. I have the Tordom Town roads in mind. I have the Mesedan Boyem roads in mind. The MPP wrote formally to these contractors to stop work. 4 years down the line, nothing has been heard. And this is common throughout the country. What are you going to do if you are giving the nod in terms of all these roads that had contracts and are still lying idle? Thank you.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, so far as my memory serves me and goes, it was only in the area of Cocoa Roads that some projects were halted for review of the contracts and decision to repackage some of them and to manage the road sector very well. I'm sure it became very necessary because if you may recall, there were a lot of contracts awarded between June and December 2016 under what was termed at that time as enhanced projects. In fact, a number of them, as I was informed, because it was being handled by Cocoa Board, the procurement processes had even not been completed, and they had to halt them to review them. At the end of the exercise, a number of them were resumed, and contractors were asked to go back and work. Others were repackaged and re-awarded. As we speak now, so far as I am concerned, majority, if not all, and perhaps it may not be all, but majority of them, work resumed and are going on. With Volivo Bridge, it's a different facility. It's being done through JICA. It's through a Japanese facility. The facility is available, it's ready, and Honorable Abrapa is here, and it is in his constituency, and it's one project that he has been following on closely with me. The facility is there, but we needed to do the approaches, the roads, because if you don't do the approaches and build all the roads, that facility will at the end be a white elephant. So JICA and Japanese government was insisting that that should be done by the government of Ghana, and they have made money available for the bridge itself. Fortunately, I am happy to announce that that amount has been obtained now, and African Development Bank, is financing that project. And within this first quarter, if I am eventually approved, is one of the projects that you see light of day within this first quarter. And Honorable Abrapa knows it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, this is a quick follow-up before my last question. Still on those roads that have been abandoned, you did not mention Mesidam Boyem Road. It was awarded, started in earnest, and a letter was written to the contractor to stop work. It is one of those roads that the government never got back to the contractor to either tell him to go on or off. And for your information, that has been a den for armed robbers. Just last week, a young man was shot 3 times on that road because of its deplorable nature. What do you say to that?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a very important information. If eventually I am approved, I promise that I will work closely with the honorable member to resolve this issue. I thank you,
Chairman, which issue we wanted for the record? I can pronounce those town names, but if Minister, she can repeat it. Okay, Chairman wants to do it, then we get Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the
Chairman, do
road
for the record.
Honorable member is talking about.
Mr. Damboyam, is that right? Does it start from Osui? Osui, Mr. Damboyam, yes.
Minister, what will you do about Mercedes Boy Road, as I heard from Chairman and the Honorable Ejari? Thank you.
All right.
So then my last, as the technical advisor to the President on roads, how are you going to ensure that government commits good amount of money to the road sector to ensure that our deplorable roads are fixed, especially those from the rural communities where we get both our cash and food crops, like Techiman?
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. Government prioritizes road construction. There is no doubt about that. And it's the first time in the history of this country that a government has declared a particular year as Year of Road. It tells you, obviously, the importance government attaches to it. And His Excellency the President has even again at his latest State of the Nation address declared 2021 as Year of Roads. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to assure this committee that, and the nation, that government is going to work on roads, because roads are important in the scheme of transportation. Because if you take all forms of transportation, the road network constitutes almost 95 to 98%. So it's important. And the economic development of this country revolves around roads. Roads can open up the country and continue to serve as the pivot, around which all the good things and programs of this country revolve. So government will continue to invest in road infrastructure, and this government and the president have already amply demonstrated that. That's why within the past 4 years, there has been so much work in the road sector, even though we still have to do more. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Honorable Agaga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable nominee, we are very much aware about the Chuchuliga Sandema Kwasi Road, which was awarded on contract as far back as May 2016. In fact, I've had occasion to ask you questions in respect of this very subject in the House, and you give us very refreshing answers that the contractor was going to continue with works and finish on schedule. Originally, when the contract was awarded, works were supposed to complete by February 2019. But as we speak, we have not done up to half, 50% of works. My point is, what has accounted for the delay in the completion of the Chuchuliga Sandema Kwasi Road? It has great economic potential. In fact, the Kwasi valleys, Fumbisi valleys, where rice cultivation takes place, is affected largely because of the bad nature of this road.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very important roads there. I'm not by any way suggesting that other roads are not important. any road anywhere is important, but in terms of prioritization. And one is this Sandima Road, which, as you said, leads to Fumbisi because of the potential agricultural expectation from that valley. As I speak with you now, even though there had been some delay, because we had to re-engineer that road, we had to do some repackaging. There is a contractor working on it now. My tent is your area, so you know it, working on that road. We have to speed up and to award other stretches of the road up to Fumbisi. And it may interest you to know that during this second term of President Akufo-Addo's government, the Agri Ministry is being challenged to develop the Fumbisi potential in terms of agriculture. I have already started discussion with my colleague, the former minister and the minister designate for agriculture, Honorable Dr. Akuto, to draw a program to ensure that the road from Sandima up to Fumbisi Valley is well developed to promote the expected work to be done in the Fumbisi area. And the Ministry of Agriculture is bringing in special equipment and machinery for rice production. So I can assure you that we are going to speed up work there. The other important road in the region, was the Boga-Boko-Pomakro Road, covering a distance of 109 kilometers. And it had also been, one particular road that touches the heart of Honorable Ayariga. And anytime he speaks to me on that road, he is so appreciative of the work being done by government.
Just put money into it and do it for them, please. Yes, your next question. Yes.
Honorable nominee, there have been several complaints from some road contractors with regards to delayed payments relative to certificates raised for that purpose. Now, some of them have actually lamented that it appears that the mode of payment, selection for payments, is in a way discriminatory. I would come to that. Now, I have looked at your handing over notes closely, and I don't know which of the documents is this, but the one I have on page 11, handing over notes, Ministry of Roads and Highways, Volume 4, Ghana Road Fund Secretariat, November 2020, at page 11. Now I see a table numbered 5.3, outstanding indebtedness. If you look at the table, the total outstanding indebtedness as at September 2020 is 3,134,107,797.81 pesos. Out of this figure, payments amounting to the tune of 826,752,674.84 pesos was made, even though the total amount of claims, actual outstanding payment requests, was in the region of 1,008,000,000 126,959,604.55 pesos. So point is, what criteria did you use to effect the payments to this, leaving the outstanding balance I have alluded to? Have said that for the past 3 years, they have forwarded certificates for payments, which remains outstanding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have already indicated in my earlier submission about payment, and I will not sit down here and say that payment in the road sector and perhaps for other areas had been the best, even though government from its dwindled and meager resources, had done the best for the road sector. For the past 3 to 4 years, government cumulatively had paid contractors to the tune of almost 10 billion. And the figures are there, the statistics are there. There are still outstanding amounts to be paid. You take the road fund, and road fund continues to have challenges. From 2017, this government has not had the full use of that fund. And you and I know, and everybody knows, because this fund was mortgaged as far back as October, November 2016 for a loan from UBA Bank at an interest rate of 32%. So the fund has not been wholly available to government, even though a lot of things had happened. For instance, we had to even refinance that loan because the amount that was taken was 1.3 billion, the entire annual accrual into the fund. We had to refinance it to Fidelity Bank and GCB Bank, that's Ghana Commercial Bank, and we were able to bring the interest rate from 32% to 21% with 12 months moratorium. So we have been having these challenges, and we are not out of the woods yet. So we find money to pay contractors. We will continue to pay contractors, and I believe that going forward, work in this area will be much, much easier. And let me also say that perhaps in preparing the handing over notes, all the certificates there had to be captured. It does not necessarily mean that all of them, are attracting interest, because it's contractual that payment should be paid within 90 days. So that amount, because the handing over notes had to be at the close of the year, even if a certificate came in the last day, it will be captured. But it does not mean that government is paying interest on the entire outstanding amount. But one thing is true, and I am the first person to admit it, because I work with the contractors of this country, even though government has been doing its best. Government appreciates that more has to be done. And going forward, I know there are plans, which I can't share here, but there are plans, and the President is determined, and I know what I'm talking about, to clear all this within the shortest possible time. It's okay.
Yes, Honorable, is it Sweeney or Blackwell? Which one first?
Any of them.
All right, Sweeney.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to quickly draw the attention of the nominee that the communication from His Excellency the President and the rendition of his name as he provides on his CV, the Honorable Kwasi Amoako-Attah, you don't seem to have my attention. Your Attah, is it with an H or without an H? The President communicates to us without an H. You have an H at the end. Which one is correct for our records, the accuracy of our records?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Mine ends with H, so it's correct.
Okay, I hope the presidency will take note. Just very quickly, the $55 million looming judgment debt. The Honorable Minister responsible for national security appeared before us last week on the 10th. And when I posed this question to him about the looming judgment debt, at the time, we had not received the notice from the International Arbitration Court. Now we know that the Chinese company is suing Ghana for what they call wrongful termination, and we will be paying, if they succeed, $55 million. The National Security Minister told us that the Accra Intelligent Traffic Management Project was already being carried out by his ministry, and there was no need for your ministry to initiate that contract in 2018 and sign with this, sign a fresh contract with this Chinese company called Beijing Everywhere Traffic and Lighting Technical Company Limited. Is that an assertion you stand by? Do you confirm what the National Security Minister told the committee?
Honorable, are you asking him to confirm what the Minister for Energy told?
Yes, I want to know if that is the accurate account, the true position of this particular situation.
Honorable Minister, are you able to confirm or deny what had happened at this committee?
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's true that notice of arbitration has been issued and my ministry has been served. And because of that, Mr. Chairman, if you permit me, since that legal step has been taken, I am stopped, and I do not want to comment on it until, the petitioners, go through and the matter is determined. But I will perhaps add that when my colleague, Honorable Minister for National Security, appeared, he made mention of an existing project, which is an Alpha project. It was true, except that the Alpha project was a specific project that dealt with CCTV cameras, and that project started from the previous administration, and the concentration was in Accra, Kwasi, and the 2 airports. So, if you like, I wouldn't say he was wrong, but he presented a skewed picture because he concentrated on cameras. But the Accra Intelligent Traffic Management Project is not only for the CCTV cameras. It's a project that had dual objective: to improve transport infrastructure and to ease congestion. That's all that I will say for now, and I wouldn't want to go into the merits, the details, because of the fact that it is in my knowledge that notice of arbitration has been duly issued and duly served on my ministry. At the right time, the Attorney General of Ghana, if eventually is approved, will obviously be seized with the facts, and that outfit, being the government chief legal advisor as per Article 88 of 1992 Constitution, will be the appropriate authority to deal with the matter. I thank you, Mr.
Chairman, Honorable Amoako-Attah, Chairman, just indulge me one more. My understanding, as the Honorable Amoako-Attah is seeking to know from you, I appreciate that you don't want to go into detail, but our understanding is that in Parliament, your ministry, as supervising ministry for roads and highways, came to Parliament for a parliamentary resolution to get this contract supervised by your ministry with a dedicated Chinese entity. Now, you also have the Minister for National Security come to Parliament seeking to set aside what you had done with a different Chinese entity seeking to do that work, which is what is occasioning the judgment debt. So, which ministry is supervising this or will supervise this given the current information available to us as Parliament? Thank you, Chair.
And Chairman, better still, who terminated the contract?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, as I have already indicated, these are all part of the reasons that gave the petitioners the course of action, and they have taken that action. Like I said, I am stopped, and I prefer that I don't comment on it now, and let the legal processes, taken by the petitioners be carried out.
Mr. Chairman, my second question. Last month, specifically on the 14th of January 2021, the Ghana Chamber of Construction Industry issued a statement in which they assert that your ministry owes them 1.8 billion Ghana cedis in debt, and that after listening to the president at the inauguration declaring a second year of roads, they are doubtful that that will be successful if you do not pay them this sum of 1.8 billion Ghana cedis. Is this figure accurate, and what are your plans in redeeming this quite a staggering amount of 1.8 billion Ghana cedis to the Ghana Chamber of Construction Industry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have indicated a number of times that, yes, government owes contractors. The figure cannot be wrong. And His Excellency, the President, is not unaware of indebtedness towards contractors who work for this country. And the year of roads will mean using the same contractors to work. So government is determined to make all these outstanding debts good within the shortest possible time in order to empower contractors to work. And a number of contractors have done a lot of work. They have done yeoman's job. This country, salutes them, and government is working hard and will continue to work hard, to pay all these outstandings, so that we will be in a position to empower them, to use them, as we go ahead. Well, the declaration of 2021 as year of roads will require that we use these same contractors to work, and government is determined to do that. And there are plans towards the payment of all the outstanding debts. Thank you, sir.
So finally, by way of follow-up, we have discussed earlier the financing arrangement for all of these abandoned road projects, outstanding commitments, and all of that. I hold a different view, with all due respect, that it will appear that your ministry spreads itself thin, and that you start so many projects at the same time. And that is why we always have these constraints. That it seems as though you succumb to the political pressure. Yes, I know the CDD Afro Barometer, for example, the round 8 they released recently, reveals that majority of Ghanaians, the #1 issue is roads, infrastructure, how to get it fixed. And it appears the politicians are just succumbing to pressure. You award contracts even when you are not sure of a dedicated funding source. And so you have all just littered all over the country without any guarantee that it will be completed in time. Don't you think that it is time to adopt a different paradigm? Projects that you start before you move on to start new ones or initiate new projects, regardless of the political pressure.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's a very, very, very important point. It has always been the policy of government and my ministry to relate all projects to be executed to a dedicated funding source, because the two must not be a mismatch, otherwise you create a problem. At times in awarding contracts, the expectation is there. You know where the funding is going to come from, particularly if it's a GOG project, as we are talking about. The contract is awarded, and something which was not in contemplation at the time of the award happens. Unforeseen circumstances. And the classic example is the COVID pandemic. And we are politicians, we are members of parliament, and we are honest people. Whether MPP, NDC, CPP, whichever government has been in power, it affected the national pace so significantly. So it throws all government expenditure overboard because of reduced revenue. That's why we have suffered some of this.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
So I will add that even as far back as September, October last year, if you come to my ministry, a letter was issued to all my regional directors and engineers, chief director, everybody. From last year, we have halted award of new contracts unless it's absolutely necessary and unless it's an emergency. And unless it's an emergency, so that we will be able to deal with outstanding payments. And as we go forward this year, we are going to follow it up and pay more of the outstanding before we start award of new contract. And I believe Honorable Chair, Mr. Chairman, I believe that with this, and I'm happy it's coming from Honorable Amoako-Attah, all of us must take it in good faith, so that as members of Parliament, if you approve me, your projects.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We'll come to you on the file. Yes, Honorable Zini.
Right. Thank you. Quick follow-up. Can the Honorable nominee assure this committee, like the National Security Minister did, that the company involved in this traffic management thing did no work and so are not entitled any payment? So the people of Ghana must be rest assured.
Honorable, I beg you, that is the matter that will be determined by the tribunal. If it were a court of Ghana, I would say he will be, what is the word we use? He may be in contempt for, assist me, lawyer. So let that matter be determined by the court, please.
No, Chairman, I agree with your ruling, but just if I were to clarify what Honorable Suhene means, when the Minister for National Security appeared, he was told that some invoice had been prepared for work done by the contractor under the Ministry of Roads. I'm sure my colleague is just seeking to know, to confirm whether work was actually done under his ministry.
Honorable Leader, if I knew at the time what I know now, that the matter is before a tribunal, I would have disallowed that question. So I didn't know then. Very well. So please, let's leave that one.
I'm guided. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Leader. Thank you. My colleague, Honorable Amoako, made reference to the situation that he thinks is as a result of your ministry spreading itself thin. I have been going through these spreading itself thin when it comes to engaging in road construction. I've been going through this very good work done by the Auditor General, performance audit report of the Auditor General on selected roadworks in Ghana. So one is on East Legon Spintex Road Underpass, then the Eastern Corridor Road Project, lots 5 and 6, and then the Oil and Gas Enclave Roads. I see, for example, on page 88, table of summary of projects, East Legon Spintex Road Tunnel Project. The contract sum was supposed to be 14,815,261.46 Ghana cedis. The final cost, however, turned out to be 28,125,502. That's the East Legon Spintex Road Tunnel Project. Then there is also the one on the Tatakwashi Madina Road Project. Now, a contract that was supposed to have lasted 30 months took 147 months to complete. The initial contract sum, 23,558,960,000, was, the state ended up paying on 30th June 2019, 170,477,493. From 23 million, by the time we ended the construction, we paid 170,000. Now, Honorable Minister, when you started, you spoke about how contractors are paid based on first come, first served, depending on when their IPCs are submitted. Just at that time, I got text messages from contractors, Awakon, AS, Pebu, and Tascalia, indicating that their certificates have been with your ministry since 2015. And we all know how many contractors have complained about works that have not been paid for. Honorable nominee, generally, we know that some of these people may have been affected by whatever process and procedures that you use. Now, interest and delayed payments, as I have indicated in these reports, and sometimes inadequate road designs, have been seen to be a big drain on our resources, perhaps making it impossible for us to even do more roads as we require. So it may not just be about spreading ourselves thin, it may not just be about lack of resources, it is just because we spend so much paying interest on delayed payments, which leads to high costs of doing roads in this country. You have been Minister of Roads for the last 3 years. Now, what reasons, for the last 4 years, what reasons will you assign for these delays that lead to this interest payment that are a drain on our economy? And what have you done in the last 4 years to improve the situation?
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the observation by the honorable colleague is up, is correct, that it's not in the interest of the nation to delay payment because of the huge interest accrual that come in. As much as the situation may be unavoidable, we must try as much as possible to reduce it. And one reason for doing that is what I have already said a short while ago, that all of us, and particularly the ministry, will have to be extra prudent in award of contract, so that we always relate it to funding source. And I'm saying we should be extra prudent in the sense that there could be unforeseen eventualities. So if we base the award on the expectation of funding, expectation of government revenue, and anything happens that we have suffered in recent months or year, last year, it creates a problem. So I agree with you that we are taking a second look of that, because it's not healthy, when contractors' payments delay and attract more interest. The contractors themselves are not happy, and they are not fond of the interest. No, every contractor...
So those are the systems you have put in place in the last 4 years to improve the situation, is my question.
Every contractor prefers that he's paid on schedule, he's paid on time. So
kindly help us.
What we are
can you listen, please? Kindly help us. The question he's asking is, systems you've put in place. It's about cash flow. Do you have control over cash flow for paying for your contractors?
Chairman, that is why I have laid the foundation saying that we don't have control over the cash flow. Anytime we award contract, we do it on sound basis. But something happens and we are not able to meet the target. That's what I'm saying, that we have learned from it. That's why we are now going gingerly in award of contract, so that we avoid delay payments and we avoid interest payments. That's the only choice.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable, please.
All right. Honorable nominee, the Bimbula Salaga Road, the Bolga Boku Road, the Salaga Mang Kango Road, the Tamale Nantong Karga Road, the third ring road in Tamale that passed through Kambli 4 and Taha, were all roads that were on contract before you assumed office as minister in 2017. Did you renegotiate these roads? And can you give this committee, can you kindly let this committee know the contract sums then and the contract sums now and the state of these roads as we speak?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just some of these roads, like you said, were on contract, particularly Boga, Boko, Paumakro Road, being undertaken by Quares, Davao. There were problems. At that time, work was not going on. Makango Road and all work had stopped. Before that time, we had made great efforts to get contractors back on this road, And if you take the Boga, Boko, Paumakro Road, for instance, covering a distance of 109 or so kilometers, I believe all being well by the end of second quarter this year, that road will be fully completed and then commissioned. Because we have gone very far. It's about, if my memory serves me right, it's about almost 90–95% complete. Particularly the Boga Boku one is substantially done. Substantially done. They are now working on Boku Paumakro Road, and work is going on. And the contractor on that road, Quares Davao, is an efficient contractor. So it's going on, and all this. So we have done some negotiation with them, so that they will come back on the roads, about 4 roads, the roads we mentioned. These are critical roads, that work will go on. I cannot just on top of my head, give you figures about, what it was and what it is now. But all that I can say is that these roads, almost constitute part of the critical roads, the critical roads that we have. And this second term, the government will make sure, and the president's second year of roads, all these are going to see.
So, Minister, your chairman, your assurance, Nantong, Karaga, Bushogu, and the roads mentioned by Honorable Soyine, what are your plans to get those roads completed? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we shall follow them up closely, do proper supervision, bring it to the attention of government to make sure that we get the appropriate funding to finish these roads. And we are going to work in earnest. In fact, we've been with greater speed, this second year of President Akufo-Addo to facelift all roads in our country. Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Honorable Nominee. My first question is, I have two.
Yes. Yes, ask your question.
Anyway, Mr. Nominee, I'll take you to Salaga. You've been there before. I was there when you came. And I'm sure you will agree with me, if not totally, that Salaga remains, if not the only, then maybe one of the few district capitals without tarred roads, accessing it from all ends, from Bimbila, from Tamale, Makango, Kafaba, and from Panda. None of the roads leading into Salaga as the municipal capital is tarred. The whole town, and indeed its indigents, are engulfed in dust throughout the year. And so I'm wondering, it's true that in August 2019, the Pandai Salaga stretch, the Bimbila Salaga stretch were awarded on contract and work has started. But that leaves Makango, Kafaba, and Tamale leading into Salaga. I don't know what the plans are to make sure that at least these roads are also done so the people of Salaga and the entire Salaga South constituency can have some comfort. Tied to that is, I don't know if you've been to the Claw area of the Salaga South constituency. We normally call it Abromasi. Abromasi happens to be the main town. So when we say Abromasi, we want to assume that we're talking about the whole of Claw. It's the same issue. You turn off from number 1, from Prime to Yeji, to go to Abromasi, and that's it. You can't see, in fact, the road is non-existent. It's just somewhere to pass, you know, and the people of that place are Ghanaians, Mr. Nominee, and they pay taxes. There's a lot of farming activities going on there. They need to cut their goods after they've harvested. And so, please, if in the event that you get the nod, are we going to pay attention to this area so that the people there can also feel part of Ghana? You know?
Yes, Honorable Minister, will you pay attention to the areas that she's mentioned or not?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, that is the reason why His Excellency, the President, in his own wisdom, has nominated me, if eventually approved, to do. And the ministry is there to do just that. I want to assure that if I am given the nod, we will continue to be in this house together. Let's work together. And I don't know, perhaps you might have had a tip-off somewhere before asking this question, because these important towns, Salaga, Bimbila, and Makango, they have already been captured in our database to work on even internal roads, because they are important towns. So if you had not had any knowledge, any information about it, or if you have even had, I want to confirm at this vetting that given the norm, these are priority roads that their internal roads are being worked on. We have taken inventories already of these internal roads, and we are working on them, and they will see light at the end.
Chairman, just so, what of the Salaga Township Road? I was there recently for the funeral of Ajia Fatih Jaula, former member council of state. Just entering the town, as she said, Salaga Trade, the historical market and other, the township.
Yes, that is internal, Mr. Chairman. I'm talking about internal roads. And even if all these district capitals, all these capitals we have arrangement for them. And even in the manifesto of New Patriotic Party, our determination, and it's stated in there to build, all internal roads of district capitals. And I can assure you that these are important roads that are already receiving attention.
Yes,
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My second question is to do with urban roads. In your medium-term expenditure framework, you indicated as 2019 to 2020, you indicated that you've done periodic road maintenance of about 22% for urban road network versus your own projections. You did only 22%. Please, what accounts for this performance, and then what will be the plan to ensure that if you get the nod, you could do more? Tied to that is, why is it that when we construct roads, we don't construct pavements in order to protect pedestrians, people who want to walk? That sometimes people want to walk and there's nowhere, they are struggling with vehicles to use the road. Is there any reason why we don't construct pavements in this country? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to say that road construction should always take into consideration provision of walkways, because the safety aspect of road construction must be taken seriously and should not be compromised at all. And that's why in certain situations, even we incorporate provision of footbridges, particularly in town centers and where people cross the road. But there again, we have a big problem. In this country, you construct roads with walkways. You come the following day and hawkers have taken it over. People sell on walkways and we are unable to enforce compliance. And the enforcement, unfortunately and regrettably, is not with my ministry. And we see it all over in our country. And I believe something has to be done.
All right, thank you. Yes, Honorable Gisela.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Senior nominee, I have pictures of your constituency today, Etiwa West District / constituency. And you have very nice roads. In fact, I see road equipment, I see a roller, some other things on. That means that work is actively ongoing in your place. And I pray that I also have this luck in my constituency, Etiwa West, very soon in this 2021 year of roads. My question is, that's by the way better, I mean it, yes. My question is, do you have a conscious system of alternate routes? Alternate routes. Bearing in mind that quite a few of the highways, I take the Trans-West Africa Highway, for example. There are times when there's a lot of traffic buildup. Do you have a system, does the ministry have a system of alternate routes so that people have a bypass or something where another alternative to pass, instead of having to spend long hours in traffic, burning fuel, polluting the environment, and just causing themselves stress and anxiety? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, road construction is an ongoing process. and roads undergo constant redesigning and re-engineering. And as population increases, as vehicular, that is in terms of human beings, and as vehicular population also increases, congestion starts developing, and road engineers and planners always, think of building new roads, building alternative roads. In fact, construction of flyovers and interchanges and dual carriages are as a result of urbanization and as a result of growth in population. So the plans are there. For instance, I have been privy to the road plan for Accra, Kumasi, and even Takrady and Tamale to some extent. Tamale is reasonable, because it's an emerging city. And I am only hoping that the city authorities in Tamale will not go the way Kumasi and Accra and Takrady had gone. They have the opportunity now. And Tamale was said to be the fastest growing city in West Africa. I stand to be corrected, but that was the impression. It's growing very fast, but the land space is there. It has not been corrupted as we have in Accra and Kumasi and Takrady. There are a lot of roads in Accra that with increasing vehicular population, human population, we have to.
She's interested in your plan for alternatives.
We have to. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Her constituency is at the outskirts of Accra.
Mr. Chairman, with your permission and the highest respect,
we told ourselves not to spend more than 2 hours. We are now doing 3 hours.
Thank you,
Doctors keep warning us that we are not COVID
on
friendly.
a very important that I believe I should take the opportunity to address it. The encroachment of road corridor and road reservation. So that the question you raised, very important question, you want to do dualization, and you can't do it because of encroachment. You have to build alternative routes to ease congestion. You can't do it. So we have the plans. If I have to answer your question directly, we have the plans, but we are limited, by the kind of encroachment that we have in our country. And government will have to spend millions, if not billions, on compensation before, things can be done.
Yes, your last one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Incidentally, there are serial migrants who anticipate that a road construction is going to happen, and so they get compensation from one side, and then they migrate to another part when they know that another compensation will be coming along the way. So just for advice that even if there's encroachment, something has to be done, because at some point, the citizens can just not bear the amount of traffic that they have to find themselves in. So that is your mandate that you have to see to. My last question is, in 2017, you said that 39% of the roads were rated as good, 32% were fair, 29% were poor. Can you give us the current percentages after 4 years in office? Because you are seeking to resume that same office. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That exercise is going on at the end of this term because it's important for our own statistics. The number of roads the government was able to impact, for the last 4 years. We are building the statistics now. That is why I was able to.
Honorable, so the statistics is not immediately available.
Well,
After 2017, you don't have the new road condition mix.
Yes, but Mr. Chairman, something is being done. That is
Yes, I agree. You have said it's done, but it's not ready. Let's move on.
Understand.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, this is a basic way of assessing him. What he did.
He says it's been done. The rest is explanations, but he's answered your question. Yes, Chief. Sorry.
Well, whether he will be mindful to provide it to the House or to this committee after he leaves here.
Yes. Yes, majority.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Chairman, bear with me. There's a couple of questions. The first one is constituency, my constituency specific. Nominee, the Insaum-Kumasi Highway is between twin towns, Lantern, and if you check the population, the last population census, the voting population is over 100,000. There have been a number of accidents on that highway and school pupils who have to cross from one side of the road to the other. I know you have enabled or facilitated the construction of a number of footbridges in Greater Accra and other parts of the country. Honorable Minister, I want to hear your assuring words to the people of Insaum-Attah if there are plans or consideration. I need to ask this question because I recall in previous Parliament I had asked Minister that they had issued a view variation order to that contract for the footbridge to be constructed. I want to find out if you have thought about this or you will think about it, plans for the people of F2 and Lantern. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, that road is being worked on. If you take the entire road from Ofanko to Kwasi, there is a contractor on it currently because it's already dualized, but the road has failed, and we are rebuilding it into a 3-lane road. And then from Kwasi to Apega Junction, China Water is also on it, working. And there are about 3 or 4 interchanges, not even just ordinary footbridges, between Ofanko and Kwasi. So where we have to do in between footbridge, depending upon the distances of the proposed interchanges to improve the safety of pedestrians, is going to be done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Nominee, you are noted to have innovatively engaged the physically challenged in your ministry to engage in a number of activities, which has been turned out to be productive. I don't know if this is the case. Are there any lessons going forward you intend to continue, or you want to do some variation to this initiative?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Mr. Chairman, the physically challenged population in our country is quite significant. Ghana Statistical Survey puts it around 3%. I mean, if you read their documents. I got to know it because I work with the disabled in our toll booths. But Ministry of Health puts it at 7%. And there are differences there. I mean, for Ministry of Health, they look at them perhaps in a broader perspective. The statistical service looks at perhaps for want of a better word, seriously physically challenged people. But otherwise, the disparity and the differential is quite wide. But whatever it is, we have close to 1 million or so of our brothers and sisters, our children who are disabled. But they must also earn a living like all of us, and they are entitled to it. That is why the government under President Akufo-Addo made it possible for them to be employed in the toll booths, because the services and the work there see their physical condition. And as at now, we are close to 50%, of the disabled people working there. It's regrettable and it's unfortunate that some of them are not being treated well for whatever reason. And my ministry is working on that. But that cannot be tolerated when I have the privilege to be the minister. It can't be tolerated. And we are even determined to push the percentage forward. And I believe that going forward, you should be able to move from 50% to whatever, whether 70 or 80. And I will be happy to see one day that that job is reserved for disabled, if possible, 100%.
Honorable Nominee, year of roads declared by the President, again, impressive. We cannot understand the devastating effect of COVID globally, and Ghana is not left out. I can appreciate how we have related with our development partners in the wake of the COVID, and also recognizing the fact that government may not be able to bear the entire cost of road construction. How are we positioning ourselves, especially with your ministry in wake, to be able to plow in the critical support that we need from our development partners to be able to execute on this vision of Year of Roads?
Mr. Chairman, obviously it's not going to be an easy task, but taking into consideration the importance of roads in the socio-economic development of the country, a way must be found out. I believe government is going to intensify its revenue drive, and that we, on our part in the ministry, will tackle critical roads and will do some prioritization, to ensure that the road infrastructure does not suffer, generally. And it's also important that supervision will have to be intensified. Supervision, because quality work is all about supervision. So that if the little money that we have, 10 kilometers of roads are well constructed to last their expected design life, because every road has its expected duration, 5 years to 10 years, 10 years to 15 years for asphalt overlays without any problem, and then almost 40, 45, 50 years for concrete roads. So if we do proper road construction and they last their expected design life, it will free us to do more roads. So where we have problems with money, we should ensure quality roads. And I can assure the people of this country that my ministry will not tolerate any contractor, or for that matter, anybody who is working in the ministry, to hand over, any shoddy work to this country without getting the value for money. So we are going to do that.
Mr. Chairman, this will be my last. Honorable nominee, you appreciate how congestion has become a challenge. Are you able to relate to this committee how you have dealt with congestion over the years and your plans in the years ahead of us?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I perhaps would have to repeat what I said earlier on. Congestion is a key and major bottleneck in the road infrastructure, and it must be dealt with almost on a daily basis. It's an ongoing thing. That is why roads have to undergo constant designing, redesigning, engineering, re-engineering, and so on. That's why we build interchanges to ensure even distribution of vehicular movements, so that wherever a road is congested, then we come in with long viaducts and so on, to ensure that we get proper and fair distribution of vehicles to ease congestion and traffic. And we will continue with the city authorities and the planners of our cities to ensure that the road sector is much improved to make life comfortable for all of us. Thank you.
Honorable Amoako-Attah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm mindful of the medical team advice not to keep too long, so I hope my colleague, the nominee, will try and give us short answers so I can move quickly. Mr. Chairman, I want to find out from the nominee the Accra-Tema motorway expansion project. He started the competitive process from 2017 to 2020 using a PPP arrangement to select a contractor. Am I right?
Yes, they started PPP arrangement.
Mr. Chairman, and we procured through the help of the World Bank, Rosin International as the transaction advisor. Am I right? Yeah, please, through the mic.
Yes.
And you also did the marketing sounding, pre-qualification, all those at Alisa.
Yes, because these are all mandatory processes of PPP arrangement.
After doing all this, did you complete the PPP arrangement or it was cancelled?
It was completed because it was out of that test that a contractor was finally appointed, Motor Angel.
I just wanted to be sure whether the PPP arrangement was concluded or it was terminated along the line.
It was concluded for us to get a competent contractor. When we started the process, 24 companies put in bids, 24. And we went through all the processes until it came to pre-qualification of 4 contractors. Then it eventually reduced to 2, and we did the technical evaluation and financing evaluation, and eventually selected one of the 2, which is Motor Angel. So Motor Angel won the bid to do.
Was it the motor engine, was it procured through this PPP arrangement or through sole sourcing?
Motor Angel, Mr. Chairman, was selected as, if you like, the winner. I mean, I don't want to say the most competent, but the winner. You know, it's just like going to school and 5 people or 10 people in a class, you know, examination. Somebody can come first by obtaining 95%. I'm using tentative percentages, 95%. And he will come first. Somebody will get 94% and come second. So all of them are brilliant, all of them are clever, all of them are competent academically, but at least by just 1 mark difference, somebody is first. So Motor Angel emerged, you know, because in all the technical evaluation, all the financing evaluation, you know, that went on with competent committees and technical, they won. No, so.
So I want to find out from the nominee that the scope under the PPP arrangement what were the scope in the PPP arrangement? What was the scope of the project?
Well, we followed the PPP arrangement, like you said. There was market sounding, and then we had the pre-qualification process, and then after that, the 4 that were shortlisted and pre-qualified, you know, brought in their proposals, and the processes went through. I mean, the 2 evaluation processes before we selected the contractor. But when you select the contractor, that is not the end of it. After that, you have to go into negotiation with the contractor. So we went into that negotiation with the contractor, and we are still working with the contractor.
Mr. Chairman,
it's not fully ended.
Mr. Chairman, the PPP arrangement was for design, construct, finance, maintain, operate, and transfer after 32 years. Am I right?
No, I mean, what you are saying is not specifically, not entirely so. We are not separating the processes from the PPP arrangement. The PPP arrangement went on as specified, you know, by these rules. You know, we went through the entire process, and that is how.
I was just asking the scope in the PPP arrangement. As you may be aware, Minister, when you have a project, before you call for bids, you decide what you want, what your expectations are.
Oh, yes.
I'm saying that in this Accra-Tema motorway, in the PPP arrangement, which the transaction advisor was Rotten International, it was to get someone who could find the finance, who could build, who could operate, who could maintain, and then transfer to us in 32 years. And I just wanted to be sure, is that right?
Mr. Chairman, that has not changed. If we talk about scope of project, it has not changed.
No, I was only asking whether that was what was the arrangement.
It's not changed. The scope is not changed. And let me even throw a little light on it. The project name is Tema Motorway Project. But you mentioned scope of work, and it's important, it's relevant, because you need to establish the scope before you can do pre-feasibility and do feasibility.
That was exactly what I was just asking you, whether that was what you set out to do. Yes, no.
Yes, I say I have answered in the affirmative that yes, but I am...
Okay, so if that is so, because of time...
But for the benefit of... Yes, it's a very important issue. I hope Mr. Chairman will grant us a little time. I want for information.
Minister, you'll get time to discuss your business. For now, just answer the questions simply so we can move on quickly. Please. Yes or no? Move on. Because you certainly do a follow-up.
Yeah, so Minister, you said yes. Am I right?
I said the scope has not changed. That's why, Mr. Chairman, with the highest respect, he has mentioned of scope. If I don't briefly tell what the scope is, it will not be understood, because I was saying that the project name is Motorway Project. So immediately somebody will think that we are only going to build the 19.5 kilometer motorway. It could be related even to the cost. But it's only a project name. That's what I want to put on record, because it goes up to Pukwasi Interchange,
and then there were
to be
supposed to
remodeled,
be some overheads along the line.
Apenkwa Bridge to be remodeled, and to Neoplan. So originally it was even a 31.5 kilometer stretch of road.
And the bid value in the PPP arrangement was $480 million. Am I right?
That project is estimated to cost, by the time it to cost about $570 million.
I'm talking about the PPP arrangement that was being advised by Rotin International. The bid figure was $480 million US. Am I right?
So I know that what we settled on to be the cost of the project was $570 million.
So are you saying, telling this committee that when the PPP arrangement started, the bid figure was not $480 million? I just want that for a fact.
Yeah, I'm giving the contract sum, and that's what we are working with.
Did the transaction advisor advise that you retain two of the bidders up to negotiation? And did you do that?
Transaction advisor can advise the client, the employer, but it can give different advices, but the employer will decide what it wants.
Now, Mr. Chairman, I'm just referring the nominee to a press release that he issued on January 15th, 2021. And Mr. Chairman, page 2, and I think paragraph 2. And Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I read. During the negotiation with the contractor, it emerged that the financial arrangement proposed by the contractor were not favorable to government, hence the need to restructure the project as a design and build contract. Is it right?
Yes, it's right.
And you also said in paragraph 3, in page 3, paragraph 3, because of the sound technical design proposal, a decision was taken to retain the same contractor. Consequently, the Minister of Roads and Highways, through the Ghana Highway Authority, rescoped the project and invited Motor Angels to submit a sole bid proposal in line with the relevant clauses of the procurement law. Is it right?
Yes.
So you realize that the PPP arrangement that you started was not what you used in procuring the Motor Angel?
No, Mr. Chairman, that's what I want to explain, that at this point is normal procurement process. We wanted the contractor, to do the job on PPP arrangement, but during the negotiation, after the contract had been selected, during the negotiation, we were realizing that the viability gap, was quite wide, and that will not be in the interest of the country. And if government had to come in to support the project, then after completion, the contractor would have used the project for, I think, almost close to 30 years, because under the PPP arrangement, it is going to be a tolled road. So once we wanted certain percentage of money, for the road, we were not getting the employer, and for that matter, government of Ghana, thinking in the interest of this country, has every right to think of different source of funding to do the same project.
Perfect.
But the contractor is efficient. He has proven it. He has the technical capability to do it. So,
Minister, so now you understand why I was asking you that the procurement of motor angels currently was not based on the public-private partnership that was started.
And that's what Mr. Chairman, that's what I keep saying, that we should not try to differentiate that from the design and build entirely, because that process gave us a competent contractor.
I'm not
the
disputing
funding
that.
model and the execution model that would be in the interest of our country.
Honourable Minister, I'm not disputing that, but what I'm saying is that you set out not to finance anything. You wanted companies that could come, finance this project, operate it, maintain it, be able to recoup their investment in 32 years, hand it over back to us. The 32 years, and then hand it over back to us. Then along the line, for whatever reason, you notice that the negotiation was not going to be in favor of government. So you did the right thing to make sure you protect the interests of the citizens. But you now chose to use a sole sourcing, using the same contractor that was part of the bidding. And I'm asking that, why did you do that?
The sole sourcing there is, that's why I want you to appreciate the fact that we have gone through a very competitive, tedious process to get the most competent contractor to do the job. So we take advantage of the contractor. See that because we want to change the funding source, because we want our country to get the maximum advantage of it. It's going to be a design and build project now. So bring your proposal. So they brought in their proposal. And it wasn't even at the level of the ministry. It had to be sent to PPA, and even from the PPA, it followed up to the Central Review Committee. So it was subjected to, critical review and support. And the process has even not ended as at
So, Minister,
now.
the challenge is this.
Yes.
You had a transaction advisor who was advising you on a PPP, who advised up to a concluded point that we couldn't proceed because of this interest that you were trying to protect, which was the right thing. And then you then chose to continue with one of them, which is the motor angel in this instance, to do a sole sourcing. And I'm saying that if you look at our procurement law, and maybe, Mr. Chairman, let me just refer the nominee, because you, in your letter, said you have followed all the procurement, all the laws of our country. If you look at the Procurement Act, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, Section 40, single source procurement. A procurement entity may engage a single source procurement under Section 41 with the approval of the board, where goods, works, or services are only available from a particular supplier or contractor, or if a particular supplier or contractor has exclusive rights in respect of the goods, works, or services, and a reasonable alternative or substitute does not exist. What was so unique about Mortar Angels that now that you are going to look for the money to construct this road, you still wanted to use them as the sole contractor in this exercise?
Mr. Chairman, I know what you read from the Procurement Act. Mr. Chairman, let me remind ourselves that, and I believe you know that, I'm only making reference to it. Sole sourcing, despite the fact that it's generally discouraged, because sole sourcing normally denies the employer, if you like, two things. It denies you the opportunity to select the best competent person. And then, at times, it denies you, the opportunity to get value for money. That is why the position of the Procurement Act is that at all times, every project, every service, to be competed for should be on competitive basis, except the ABCD under certain clauses. And there are about 4 or 5 clauses.
Yes, so that's what I was asking. What was special about multi-angel?
Yes, if my memory serves me right. So, technically, sole sourcing is not illegal,
obviously,
provided you do it within the framework of the law.
And that's what I'm just asking.
Yes. And
what necessitated the use of multi-angel for sole sourcing when it could have been competitive, because now you are going to look for the money. It's not like the previous time when it was PPP, where you've gone through all the tendering process, people who are bringing their money. Now that you are going to look for the money, why did you choose to use sole sourcing? What was unique about the multi-angel that you have to select them at the expense of maybe local contractors, other contractors? What was unique?
You read a paragraph which started, you have it, which started like, because of the technical competence of, because of the proven technical competence of the contractor or something.
You're talking about the paragraph 3 that I read.
I think the last paragraph.
That was your words, where you said,
yes,
because of the sound technical design proposal.
Yes, and don't forget that, this, was not something which was being done exclusively by the road ministry. This is a recommendation by the technical group, majority of which were not even from my ministry. There's a technical group from Ministry of Finance and a technical group that did this work.
I'm not disputing, but that's not part of the condition for exclusive right for
the recommendation, for the recommendation to government. And let me also, Mr. Chairman, draw an attention to that. These are all negotiations. And once we want to change, we have gone through a PPP process, gotten a competent, proven competent contractor. Is it not advantageous to the country, as far as that project is concerned, to work with him? And if things are agreed and processes are agreed, we should not forget that it will go back to cabinet for cabinet approval and end up in parliament, to end it. So it's not a process that is ending with my ministry. And let me also put it on record. And I say this on authority, that this project of project cost of almost 570 million United States dollars. And the complexities of that project, as we stand now, no Ghanaian contractor has the capacity to undertake this project.
If the person,
no contractor in Ghana.
If the person is to come with this money, I agree with you. But if you are sourcing for the money, are you saying that no Ghanaian company or group of companies can be put together to do this when we are looking for the money? Is that what you're saying?
Mr. Chairman, if you, with the highest respect, if you listen to me well, I say no Ghanaian contractor has the capacity to do this job. No Ghanaian contractor.
No, I just want to get this clear.
Has the capacity
your statement
to do this job.
I just want to understand you. That you are saying that where we are finding this money as a sovereign country, we are going to procure 570 million. When we put our contractors, we cannot get them to be able to do this job unless a foreign company. Is that what you are saying? Where they are going to look for the money themselves, I will agree with you. But where we are providing the money, are we saying that there's no local contractor or group of contractors that we can put together to be able to do this work? Is that what you're saying for a fact?
But, Mr. Chairman, it's not stated anywhere in this document that Ghana is providing the money. What is it stated in the document? What is it stated in the document that Ghana is providing the money? That is why, with the highest respect, you are getting it wrong. Where is it stated in the document that Ghana government is providing the money? Ghana government is not providing the money.
Mr. Chairman, that was why I took the nominee step after step. The reason why we have to abrogate the PPP was that they wanted Ghana government to contribute to the financing. And to be precise, they wanted us to contribute 80% of the financing.
Not
and you, let me finish so that you can answer. So that then the minister said, if as a country, we wanted a PPP arrangement, you are coming in board, and you want us to contribute to the financing, then we rather cancel and finance and look for the money, whether through loan or through other means, so that you can now do the work. Is that not what has led to the cancellation of the PPP?
Mr. Chairman, not necessarily so. And, Mr. Chairman, we should also not lose sight of the fact that this is not the first of its kind. We are privileged to be members of this House. We have approved many loans in this House, all these years, from the days of NDC, MPP, as we get opportunity to rule every 8 years, until now. And if you take all loan agreements that come for our discussion and approval from the Finance Committee, most of them, there are always Ghana government counterpart funding. So if you are doing a project with a foreign company and there is government counterpart funding, it's normal. We have been.
Let me just ask to end maybe probably this banter. Is Motor Angel going to arrange for the financing for this project?
We haven't settled on that, but if they come...
Then let me ask this again. Is the Ghana government going to arrange for the funding of this project?
It's not Ghana government. If Motor Angel is not able to bring the funding, and any company, it could be even a Ghanaian company, can arrange foreign funding for the project, and can work with Motor Angel to provide the technical I advise. So be it. So we are in the process.
Mr. Chairman, I will not belabor this. The most important is that if the company is not financing the project, as you said, you have not settled on that. Ghana government, as of now, is not the one to settle on it, but you've gone ahead to sign the contract. Is that right? On 16th.
That is
on 16th of December,
technical
2020.
Contract.
You've signed the contract.
Government is in a position to say that having gone through these processes, what is being recommended by the technical committee to government. No, don't forget, government hasn't taken the decision yet. This is at the technical level.
But Minister, you have signed a contract on the 16th of December 2020. Is that right?
We are talking about commercial. Look at the contract.
Commercial contract.
Yes.
Was signed.
Commercial contract is different from the final contract to execute the project.
I just want to find out, in the commercial contract.
If you don't sign a commercial contract, what will be the basis for the company even to go ahead to give you the detailed design? What will be the basis? No company worth his salt will go ahead, invest
a design and what have you.
Technical designing if it's not holding.
Minister, I just want, Honorable Nominee, I just want to find out which of them comes first. Is it the commercial contract, cabinet, and parliament? Which one comes first? Because you don't have, from your own your statement, you are yet to go to seek cabinet approval. You are yet to seek parliamentary approval. But you've gone ahead to sign a commercial contract. Which one comes first?
Oh, cabinet first, and then it will come to parliament. It will come. Whatever comes to parliament.
Well, let me just
would have passed
let me just move on. So
would have passed through.
But this one that you have signed, the commercial contract you've signed, is for design and build. Am I right? It's for design and build.
Yes, it will enable the company to go ahead to do its detailed.
The financing is not yet settled, based on the answer you gave earlier, right? The financing, as to who is going to finance it, is not yet settled. Is that right? From your answer earlier. It means that we are not yet settled on who is going to finance it. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, that is why I have said that we have not come to the end of the processes.
I'm not disputing that.
Yes.
I'm only asking a question. That the financing is not yet settled. So the financing is not settled.
The process is ongoing, Mr. Chairman.
Why didn't you add maintenance to it, as it was in the PPP arrangement?
It's a good suggestion, but that's what I'm saying, that it's a process. So if you make such a suggestion into consideration, and it will influence the eventual contract to be.
So, nominee, why has also, or let me ask this before, are the road length in this design and build the same as when you were talking in the PPP arrangement? Is it the same, the road length?
The length?
The road length in this build and design and build by Motor and the...
No.
Is it the same as it was during the PPP arrangement?
No, it's not.
Which one is longer? Which one is bigger? Is it the one now is bigger, or the one in the original PPP arrangement is bigger?
The original one was
bigger than
that one was the original length was, I think, 30.
If you can't even remember the figure, I just wanted to.
It's now 27 or something, and that will be explained. No, it's because originally it was to start from Ashaman roundabout. Mm-hmm.
So what
Ashaman roundabout to link up with the ongoing
motorway
roundabout. You know, that was a grant facility from.
So it means that the original was longer or
yes.
bigger.
So
that's all I wanted to find out.
Yes, and I'm trying to explain it to you why it is now about 3-point-something kilometers short, because that has been added to the dualization of the roundabout to Akosombo, which is being undertaken by a company called INZA. So it's only fair that once they have taken that, we reduce it.
The road length.
Yeah, the road length.
So why has the big figure, the big cost, changed from $480 million to $570 million?
I don't have the figures here, but that the fact that the length is reduced. If you talk about scope of project, it's not only the length. I think the length could even be an infinitesimal aspect of it. You could reduce the length and increase certain aspects. For instance,
I'm not disputing that.
But I don't have
the figure.
I don't have the details.
So are you assuming that in the current build and what do you call it, the design and build, the scope is bigger than the original one? Is that what you are saying? That account for the increase in value from $480 million to $570 million. Is that the reason?
Yes, that is the proposal now, but I cannot put a figure out because I'm saying that the process has not closed.
Okay, that's fine.
The process has not
Have
closed.
you done due diligence on motor engine? You know there was this incident in Malawi, the Malawi port, the Lake Malawi port issue that they were involved. Have you done some background check to be sure of their ability to be able to deliver? Have you done that?
Yeah, so far as we are concerned, there is nothing legally wrong in dealing with that company.
How soon do you hope that this agreement will come to Parliament?
It depends upon the speed with which we work. Now, you know, it will take perhaps some few weeks, depending upon even what all of us work. Cabinet is not in place now. You know, if cabinet were to be in place,
maybe by the end of the second quarter of this year.
Yes, because if any document goes to cabinet, it takes a maximum of 2 weeks, at least from my working experience. At times even 1 week, depending upon the time, because it goes to the cabinet subcommittee, and if it's looked at and referred to the plenary session of cabinet, you know, it's either approved or rejected. Just as we experienced.
Okay, so Minister, maybe let's move away from the motorway. Let's move away from the motorway so that we'll just do this minor ones and end. In an answer to an earlier question about this the 500 million plan in the budget of 2018 on paragraph 184 on the agric roads, the answer you gave, how much of this money has been spent? You couldn't give a specific figure. Do you need time to be able to provide that information?
Yes.
So that I can make the request to Chair that you provide that information to us.
Yes.
Okay. Also, earlier when you were answering about the cost of the cost of the asphalt per kilometer, the cost of asphalt overlay, you use 1.5 million Ghana cedis. You said average.
It could cost that depending upon the.
I'm talking about average,
yes.
I know.
And it could be more expensive, you know.
But you're using average figure. You're using an average.
Well, I say it could. I have given the minimum amount, and
but do you remember that?
It could even be twice that.
Do you remember that in the Sino-Hydro agreement that came to Parliament, the average cost for this same overlay was about $1.2 million. Do you remember that? You brought it to Parliament.
I have provided the answer, Mr. Chairman. I said that the cost per kilometer of asphalt overlay is not sacrosanct.
We agree. We are talking about averages. Minister, we understand that.
Yes, it depends upon what you are doing.
But the Vice President, in a speech that was said in the Lighthouse Chapel, used 2.8 million US dollars.
Yes, and it could be correct.
And then the current construction that we are doing from Hohoi to Itoji, 7 kilometers, and it's costing us 111 million cedis. If you take the average there, it's over 15 million.
Mr. Chairman, these are things that I am not privy of. I don't know where it's come from. I haven't done the studies. It has not been
The reason why we are asking this is because we ourselves, as politicians, we keep accusing each other of unnecessarily inflating. When you were in opposition, you used it extensively that this was like virtually stealing from the taxpayers. Today you have a situation like this. That's why we have to all be very careful, because like I agree with you, yes, if we are going to construct an asphalt overlay in, say, a more clayey area, yes, and a more stony area, exactly, the cost will never, yes, can never be the same. And we always use these averages to, yes, virtually make fun of each other. And I think that as a road minister, you should take advantage, put a stop to this. Exactly. The location and the requirement of the soil type will determine the.
So, Honorable Chief Whip, the commentary is enough. You and I know what we do as politicians. Now you ask him questions and leave your commentary out, please.
Okay, just a follow-up. Honorable Mr. Chair, with respect, nominee, are you able to distinguish the asphalt overlay and asphalt
Honorable
concrete?
Leader, after him I'll come to you. So
just a follow-up on him, and I don't have any questions.
After that, you do the follow-up, so we save time.
No, I don't intend to. I just wanted a clarification on yours, and that's it. I'm just doing a follow-up. I won't ask questions.
Mr. Chairman, in an answer to an earlier question, the nominee said that payments for certificates are done on first come, first served. Did I hear you say that? In an answer to an earlier question, you said that certificates by road contractors are paid on first come, first served. Did I hear you say that? Oh, okay, generally as a principle.
Speak into your mic for the record, please.
Generally as a principle, yes, but we cannot follow that all the time, because there are always circumstances, different peculiarities, different things, and so it depends. And I can give you one classic example. Somewhere 2018, latter part of 2018, we had to complete 6 foot bridges on the Adenta Road. The construction was ongoing, but because of the knockdown of 1 or 2 people, there was agitation and something.
So you had to jump the queue to be able to get that done.
Something like that.
Understandable.
We had to engage, 6 different contractors, and even to pay them upfront to complete the full bridges, because we had to respond to the social need of the people.
Minister, because that earlier when you answered, this didn't come after. That was what I was coming about. Yes. I understand you. So, but is it abnormal for someone to have a certificate there for the past 4 years not paid? Is that normal?
It depends, and it could be look at case-to-case basis. There must be a reason, why something is happening. But otherwise, I can tell you, payment, we have to be fair to everybody. You see, all these issues come up. for one simple reason. I can tell you, Mr. Chairman. Assuming the resources were there and everybody is paid, everybody, who will complain? But in a situation where you don't have the resources to pay everybody at the same time, and in a situation where we have critical roads to construct, you have to manage the payment in such a way that you get work done, provided in all circumstances.
You hope that is done with some equity and fairness.
Fairly and with good conscience. And we do it with good conscience and fairly. And the records are there for anybody who cares.
Okay, Honorable Nominee, if you travel between Violation traffic light and American House traffic light, you see that the asphalt overlay was done very recently. I mean, I applied that road a lot, probably less than 8 months. And you always see asphalt overlay are already developing potholes. You go from Asharboche, the highway, towards Lakeside Estate, and you see an asphalt overlay that have been done towards the school junction, and they are already developing potholes. And I'm sure there are so many examples around, dotted around, where asphalt that we all know may keep long are already developing potholes. Don't you think the time has come for us in our design? We don't just do design and build, but design, build, and maintain. And if I know I'm going to maintain it for a number of years, maybe I'll be forced to do that. Don't you think that it's time for us to maybe start looking at it that way?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You are right. Asphalt overlay can crumble, can fold, can break. It's true, because in doing the overlay, the contractor has to be very careful and has to be professional, because asphalt overlay, for instance, must be laid hot at a certain temperature. You get the temperature wrong and it can have effect. 2, and perhaps more important and fundamental, asphalt overlay is an overlay. The base must be strong. If your base is not strong and you lay it, within a short time you will have problems.
So, Minister, in those instances where they have not ensured this, what are you doing?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I am coming to that, because that is what we call shoddy work, which should not be tolerated by anybody. Because if the base is wrong and you have not stabilized the base, you shouldn't put the overlay. And if you're a contractor and you do that, now in my ministry, you will go back to redo it.
So we should, those of us who apply these rules that I mentioned, should expect those contractors to come back to fix it.
No, you will go back and contract. Some contractors have.
We expect them to go back to do it.
Contractors have been directed to go back and do it. I won't sit down here to make mention of contractors.
Honorable Nominee, the Afenya, the Winya Road towards the Eastern Corridor. In May 2020, you were in this house and you said the contractor is on site. Are you aware the contractor is not on site, and the congestion on that road, the last 2 weeks we were heading towards Adan for workshop, is so terrible? Is there something that you hope could be done to get the contractor to be on site?
Thank you for the information. Yes, we know the traffic congestion on that stretch of the road. All being well, it will come to an end very soon. Because of
the persons with fiscal challenge that you've been engaged, you set a target of 50%. The persons with disability on the toll booths that you set a target of 50%. Are you aware now it's back to about 30%, because the private contractors that you engage, I don't know whether in the agreement with them, this 50% is not stated in it, because they are laying, many of them, which you yourself admitted that sometimes they are not treating them well. Will
ordered an investigation into that, and I have the report.
So the PWD should be rest assured that you take it up and ensure that this will be done.
I have the numbers, and I have those, the list of those who are working there now. And I don't compromise on it. An incident happened a year ago. You know, the manager in charge of toll booths, and you have about 36 of them across the country, in connection with disabled. I can tell you, and I can say it on authority, the manager, about 1.5 years ago, who was in charge of the toll booth with Ministry of, with Ghana Highway Authority, you know, joked with this policy. And I can tell you, he was removed because the people of this country who are physically challenged also have to live like all of us.
Mr. Chairman, my last question. The last question is, Honourable Minister, we all know that we have to maintain, rehabilitate existing roads. We also need to build new roads, bridges, and what have you. And we don't lack engineers, capacity in engineers and contractors. What all of us agree is the major challenge is funding source. What innovative ways are you going to introduce in this, if given the opportunity for a second time, to enhance the funding of major roads? Will you consider, for example, PPP, BOT for our trunk road, where you are not going to be financing it, but they will do it and then take to be able to recover it? With any other innovative method to be able to finance and get a lot of roads done in our country?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the surest ways is what you have suggested yourself, you know, all these arrangements, you know, are feasible, you know. But the most important thing is that when you walk that route, it means that the potential investor will have to toll the road. But at the moment, Ghana pays the lowest rate in the whole world. Ghana, we pay the lowest rate in the whole world. So if you want to go...
It's a rate in what?
Yes, toll rate.
Oh, okay, the toll rate.
If you want to go BOT, OOT, or whatever, as we see in other parts of the world, the research that has been done in my ministry, on the average, toll rate is around $1. And Ghana, $1 is close to 6 cities. But here, people pay 50 pesos for toll rate. And if I am giving the approval, is one of the things I'm going to do immediately. But it has to go to cabinet first, proposal of increasing the toll rate, and it will come to this honorable house. And I believe all of you, everybody here will support it. And Ghanaians will also accept it, because it's like the paradox of the egg and the chicken. Which one should come first? Are people prepared to pay more to get good roads, or they should get good roads before they pay? Because I remember the last time, I can't say the exact, the last time toll rates were increased, I think it was during the time of NDC. There was so much hue and cry in this country, from raising it from 50 pesos to 1 cedi. We also know what happened in Ghana. Drivers were saying they will go on strike and all that. So will Ghanaians be prepared to pay more for toll rate, as we are seeing in other parts of the world? We pay the lowest rate in the whole world. Meanwhile, we want good roads. Ghanaians should be prepared to pay for good roads. And
it's all right,
given the opportunity, it will come up.
It's enough. Yes,
Yes. Council, you've run us through the average cost per kilometer of overlay asphaltic road. Minimum, yes. You mentioned 1.5 million cedis. Yes, that's correct. So, an asphaltic overlay, as I understand it to be, is that which is done on an existing road. Correct. Yes.
It must be on an existing road, and the base must be firm and strong. Otherwise, it will.
So now, give us an idea of the average cost of asphaltic concrete, where you have to do some earthworks, fill and cut, and all that, where you'd have to do more culverts, if it is swampy area. What should we expect in terms of cost?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's always dangerous to predict or to state a certain amount as representing the cost of a kilometer of road. It's always very dangerous. Like you said, if you want to build a concrete road, you want to know the cost of, say, a kilometer of concrete road. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I can't predict that. I'm saying so because generally, and as a matter of principle, it depends upon, one, the scope of work, and it depends upon the technical and the ground conditions on the road.
So it is your case that the Sino-Hydro road that the Honorable Minority Chief Whip referred to is not that of an asphaltic overlay. It is a complete, arrived at, was as a result of a complete assessment of the costs, earthworks, etc., that will make it a complete concrete road, correct?
Mr. Chairman, we are talking about two different things here. An overlay is a different...
Wait for me.
Yes, overlay is on an existing road, though.
You see, Honorable Muntaka related your minimum cost per kilometer of an overlay to that of the Sino-Hydro road, to suggest that why is it that it's costing so much here and there. I want you to clarify, the Sino-Hydro, is it an overlay, or that one is a complete road, that's a new road that is to be constructed, to justify why it is not the same?
Sino-Hydro, with the exception of the road they are working on Eastern Corridor, are building surface dressing roads. So they are building complete roads. So it's different from asphalt overlay. Yes.
And he also raised this issue about PPP that you had to terminate at a point because of the costs. It wasn't going to benefit Ghana. But then when you had to do the tender, you did sole sourcing. Why did you sole source the same company? Was his concern. Is it the case that time was of the essence to proceed so that you don't engage in further delays, having gone through the system already?
No, Mr. Chairman, with the highest respect, it wasn't a question of timing. That is why I explained to him that it wasn't a question of timing. We were simply making and taking advantage of a competent contractor who had gone through the mill, international competitive bidding, and gone through all the processes and selected. But because we wanted to use design and build and new funding source, that is all. So it wasn't a question of timing, and that's why I said that we were using the same contractor, not necessarily as a sole source process. No.
Chairman, thank you very much.
Yes. Chairman, thank you very much. Honorable Minister for Road Designate, I will take you back to your own quote in answering the Honorable Muntaka on the Motor Angel contract. We started from PPP through sole sourcing, now to a signed contract. And these were your words, Minister. No Ghanaian contractor has the capacity to do this work. Would you want it to be your legacy tomorrow that a Ghanaian contractor will be facilitated with your leadership as minister to have the capacity with government support to be able to execute contracts of that nature and character?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I don't want to be quoted out of context. I made a specific statement. I said that the magnitude of the work, currently no Ghanaian contractor has the capacity to do it. I use the word capacity. I wasn't talking about technical know-how. I said capacity, because what you have to go through and work of that magnitude, even to get a performance bond from Ghana, any bank from Ghana. Contractors themselves know that they don't have the capacity to do it. That's why we have to build the capacity.
He's not challenging that. He says, yes, we have 4 more years. Yes. Are you going to work to ensure that some Ghanaian companies...
That's what we have to build their capacity. Yeah. That's why we continue.
Thank you, Chairman. Still on the same contract. In order to appreciate the numbers, under PPP, 470 million, under a contract now signed with Motor Angel, 570 million Ghana cedis, with an assumption that the contractor may be raising the money. Chairman, may I respectfully refer to the Public-Private Partnership Act of 2020 Act 1039, which has design, build, finance, operate, and maintain, DB form. A contractual agreement which enables a private party to design, build, finance, operate, and maintain an infrastructure facility for a specified period of time, after which the facility is transferred to the contracting authority. Legal ownership of the asset for the duration of the contract agreement remains with the government or contracting authority. Now, as I heard from the Honorable Muntaka, this contract was signed 16th December. The President assented to this bill with a Gazette notification of 29th December 2020. Now, I just want to understand the Tema motorway which extends to Apenkwa, is it conceptualized within this public-private partnership or is outside it? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, it's one composite project.
Chairman, if you can just repeat the answer.
Chairman, I said that it's one composite project that is being considered.
Okay, one composite project that will be considered under a PPP arrangement, because I'm referring to the act, or outside it.
Mr. Chairman, I have answered the question by saying that this project is one indivisible and composite.
Right, thank you. That's noted. What's the state of the Awenia Road? It seems to be in some poor state. Are there plans to get it done?
Mr. Chairman, is on the hot burner, and the front burner is...
Particularly the link that stretches to Dodua. Will you give it some attention?
Exactly. Because of the current congestion there, we need to move in very fast to relieve the people and those who apply that road. And if given the approval, is one of the immediate tasks that I am going to attempt to, and the government is working towards that.
You were determined earlier on to fix the Bupe, Yape, Daboya bridges. There is a bridge which connects between Daboya, Kendua, Sunsuna, which connects to Tolang. What will you do about this to ensure easy motorability for the people in that area?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's a very important point you've raised. And we are giving those bridges and the approaches, the roads, the top consideration, because if you treat one in isolation, you don't get the benefit. For instance, if you take Bupe Yape, it's on the same stretch, and if one gets a problem, you cannot use the other traveling to Tamale or to Kumasi. And we have to build Daboya simultaneously because it provides an alternative route should any of these two bridges develop any problem. That is why we are, at least Bupe, Yape, Daboya, we are building.
So we should be assured that they will be done.
Yes, because they are in competent hands, very, very competent hands.
Minister, you recall what happened when they had to temporarily close the Yape bridge and all the traffic had to go back to the eastern corridor, going through Hohohoi, Damankung, Damangu, Yendi. It has some toll on trade and some toll on persons. Are we assured that you will get the bridges fixed?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We always learn from the past, we learn from history, and with that hindsight, that is why we are taking steps not only to build Bupe and Yape, but to make sure that we work on the Eastern Corridor Road as fast as possible, and also to build Dabuya Bridge, so that should there be any eventuality, may God forbid, we will use the Dabuya Bridge through Fofoso, up to Wenchi, and then we can also use the Eastern Corridor Road.
Thank you, Chairman. Classification and licensing of road contractors. There are complaints of unnecessary delays and queues. Will you ease the process and ensure that persons desirous of becoming contractors, subject to satisfying the minimum statutory conditions, are satisfied on time?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, is one area which is going to be reviewed, and it perhaps be one of my first tasks if I am approved by this honorable committee and eventually the House, because it's creating problems for the ministry, and your classification determines what kind of work you, and your classification to a very large extent will influence your workload analysis and all that. But it's not sacrosanct. You could be classified as A1, B1, which is the highest this year. By next year, depending upon your performance, you may not even qualify for B3, A3, B3. But people continue to hold A1, B1 classification they obtained 15, 10 years ago, and use it to come in for certain high-level, high-profile jobs.
So, Minister, will you provide for ease of process? Thank you. Minister, in one of your answers, you were very definite and certain, and these were your words: dualization of major routes. Then you reference the fact that the President have declared 2020 year of roads, 2021 year of roads, declaring, and another thing having the financial muscle and strength to be able to deliver. Which category of roads are you contemplating between 2021 and 2022, if approved, maybe dualized? I just want certainty. Maybe Accra, Winneba, Cape Coast, Accra, Kumasi, or Kintampo, Tamale, with certainty. Which major dual roads are you looking at? Because it will also help in addressing the consequences arising out of accidents with face-on clashes on the roads. So can you speak to that, Minister-Designate?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as I indicated, dualization of major roads is on the top agenda of His Excellency the President, government, and it's even late, but better late than never. Yes, it's going to be a major challenge, but wherever there is the will, there is always the way. We are currently working on Accra-Kumasi dualization, and in course of this year is going to be intensified, and by the close of the year, hopefully Ghanaians will see major work on that stretch. I indicated that President has already cut the sod for the beginning of the first 17 kilometers on the Afrao Road beyond the Central University, and it's being undertaken by a company called BHM. And They are there and they have started their work. Tema Motorway Akosombo Inza is also there. And they are working on the dualization. For Abidjan Lagos Road, that is being undertaken under the auspices of ECOWAS, called ACOMA, and we are working on it, and it's a long route, and the longest stretch lies within the Ghanaian corridor from Elubo to Afrawo, and it's being dualized into a 6-lane route, you know, and it's covering a distance.
And Minister, you are convinced that you can generate the financial resources to undertake these projects in the year of roads?
I said there is determination on the part of President and the government, and we are not saying...
Is that determination backed by the availability of money?
Mr. Chairman, I made a statement that where there is a determination, where there is a will, there is a way. Within the first 3-4 years, the level of work that government has done under President Akufo-Addo is unprecedented in this country. 6 interchanges going on at the same time.
Yes, Honorable Minister, thank you. You are willing to do it.
Because the President is determined to do
Let's leave it here, Honorable.
Chairman, I'm about concluding. We ourselves have been advised it's been 4 hours. The Minister himself have been here for 4 hours. But Minister, I'm referring to your handing over notes, and I'm referring to Ministry of Roads and Highways, Volume 1. In it, where you are accounting for outstanding credit facility loans, there's an Oreo Netherlands loan facility which was meant for Sefiwiasu Osei Krom Road Rehabilitation Phase 2, Benchema Adufia, 38 kilometers. In the disbursement is 0%. What assurance are you giving the people of Sefi? And the Honorable are here and quote that this will be done. Yeah. In your report, disbursement is 0%.
No, Mr. Chairman, that road, if my memory serves me right, is being done by Amandi. If my memory serves me right, it's being done by a company called Amandi. It has the competence, and it's under Cocoa Roads. You know, Cocoa Board has entered into an agreement with them, and it has what it takes, and I believe that...
So, Minister, we would advise that you...
That's Benchema...
yes, you give particular attention for disbursement so that the road will take off.
Yes.
Chairman, my other one, as I said, will be to request for some documents from the Minister. And one is to refer him again to handing over notes. And this one specific to the Ghana Road Fund. And in it, just for the record, outstanding indebtedness in Table 5.3 stands at 3,134,107.79781 pesos. And a distinction is made. The Ghana Highways is 1,334,745,000. Department of Federal Roads stands at 581,565,65661 pesos. Department of Urban Roads 1,217,796. So cumulatively, 3.1 billion is outstanding in terms of road fund arrears against what you are spending on the servicing of the loan, with Fidelity and Commercial Bank starting from UBA. There are questions as to the criteria used in the payment. Can we have the road fund payment from 2017 to 2020 just for our purposes? Then two, as I said, Chairman, I'm ending. The ministry undertook some audit of cocoa roads. Want to know the status of it and request that the report is also submitted for our perusal. My final, Mr. Chairman, will be, is there a distinction between agricultural roads and cocoa roads, as was observed by the Honorable Eric Opoku? Is there a distinction where he mentioned the 560 million for agricultural roads? Are we talking about the same thing?
No, Mr. Chairman, no. Yeah.
Chairman, my documentation.
Mr. Chairman, cocoa roads, we are talking about roads that essentially lead to cocoa, coffee growing areas. But agricultural roads will lead to any area that we have agricultural produce that will have to be supported with an access road because of marketing centers. So it's specific.
Chairman, there has been some perennial mudslides Accra, Kasua, Cape Coast Road, particularly when it rains. Can we have an assurance from the minister that this will be fixed?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I can confirm that stretch of road, we have done a lot of work there, and anytime it rains, the entire road is silted, because of the wash of the loose sand from the hill. And I think the city authorities must be up and doing, and we must come out with stiffer rules, laws, and punishment, because people win sand from the area. I have visited the area 3 to 4 times. We have done a lot of work there. We have created deep drainage there, but it's not able to resolve the matter because of the sand being wind there. The solution that my ministry offered was to grass the entire slope. Once it's well grassed, then it will hold the loose sand, loose soil, and then to become
Thank you, Chairman.
But because of the winning of the sand, we are not able to do it.
Thank you, Chairman. I should be ending here wishing the nominee well, but to note that, Chairman, when the road fund levy was enhanced from 50 pesos to 1 pesos, I was in cabinet then, and the understanding was that part of it was to be used to be dedicated for new projects, and part used to service or retire debt. So we are talking of 3.1 billion debt today. How much of it should we expect it to be retired from the road fund? And I'm advising that we should dedicate a certain amount to clear the debt, because that is what is softly killing the contractors, whilst a certain portion is dedicated for new projects. On that note, I wish you well. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We told ourselves that we'll be finished in 2 hours. Now we have done 4 hours, practically. And this is from your big base in the Ashanti region, Kumasi. They say they want your assurance, just assurance, that you do the Twami interchange, you do the Anglaga interchange, and you do Amoako-Attah interchange. Can you give them the assurance, Honorable Minister?
Mr. Chairman, the assurance is hereby given, and that we are going to work on those 3 interchanges in Kumasi, and I want to repeat them. Swami Interchange, Ahujo Interchange, and Ofori Krom Interchange. We are going to concentrate on these 3 interchanges and I give them every...
in addition to these three, or I've asked for Swami, which is a heavy traffic area, Angoga, Major Interchange area, and Amoako-Attah.
Okay.
It's in addition to that that you're promising.
I understand my memory, Angoga is the same as Koforidua. Yes. It's not Koforidua, yes.
Yes, all right.
Yeah.
Very well. Is a Amoako part going to Sunyani around the University?
The Amoako one is going on.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you for enduring us. The Honorable Minority Leader wants me to ask you. Tamaleman wants me to ask whether you do the Kumasi inner city and arterial roads.
Yes. Mr. Chairman is also under consideration.
Thank you for attending upon the committee. You will hear from us. You're discharged.
Thank you.
You're discharged, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I need to talk to you. She's my friend,
Honourable members, we are advised to stretch, so we will resume 3:45. 15 minutes or so break to stretch your legs.